Start? Okay. Hey, well, welcome, David Isaac. You're here at AI This is like, I believe their second or third one now. It's pretty amazing to see really all the vendors out here. But happy to have you. So I'm Doug Shannon, and you're David Isaac. So give us like a little bit of understanding of what AIPath is and like what you guys do.
So AIPath is a self-serve SaaS, and what we're here to do is solve the problem of the clarity and knowing what in your product that you build next is going to create the business impact that you need. We're triangulating a lot of types of data to solve the data gaps of understanding our customers better, understanding the weak points in our competitors' armor, and understanding this Marvel multiverse of infinite product futures that we have, right? Because every idea is a good idea, but better has to be in the context of what your competitors are doing and what your customers need.
Right. I mean, how are you driving that? I think maybe like the term digital twins. Like, what does that look like within the AI path?
So we're creating data that you probably don't already have.
Yep.
We are creating simulations between digital twins of your customers. Each customer segment gets their own digital twin because each customer segment has their own needs and gaps in their solutions that they have. And then we're simulating that in the context of the competitor, because it's great if you're good for your customer,
right?
But you need to understand, are you better than your competitor? Where are you better? Where are you weaker? And it's not about copying your competitor, because they will have a subtly different customer strategy, customer focus, different advantages. So it's about understanding in the context of the competitor. The simulations give us data, essentially the world's most advanced customer journey mapping.
Right.
Essentially, also we're adding experimentation automation so that every marketing and sales touchpoint that you have is continuously augmenting your data set. So nothing in AIPath is static. It's continuously machine learning. So in addition to swarms of agents, in addition to using LLMs, we're using genuine machine learning to continuously augment and understand and iterate your product strategy, go-to-market strategy, and your sales strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic, right? Because traditional AI, like academic AI, before Gen AI came out, it was, drive information's coming out, but then it doesn't really get updated. Your throughput really wasn't there, and the big team of like enterprise management and whatnot. So having that automation side with the agents driving that kind of ecosystem. Yes, and self-healing, self-understanding.
AI is great when it has data, right? It's great at synthesizing, etc. What our hypothesis is that 90% of startups wouldn't fail if they had the data they needed. 72% of products launched wouldn't fail if they had the data they needed. So we're already creating pre-simulations that help you then gather more data that you don't know that you don't know. Because every time we collect new data, we create 3,000 new scenarios and rank them in ways that apply to the end-to-end work stream of a product marketing and sales team. So the whole company is now aligned to the overall digital twin, and everybody starts to build and grow in sync.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting way to really look at it, because it's almost like you're managing and evaluating perspective, not just on the technology or the vertical they're playing in, or what are they selling, how are they doing it, what is the service. You're really driving what don't you know, and really bringing that forward.
Right. And products are alive. Your product is alive. A lot of people think of sales and marketing as selling what we have. We're saying that the future of the revenue intelligence part of our product is about learning and anticipating how we're performing and using that to drive product management. So it becomes actual product strategy input. You can simply say, yes, we're creating more data, but we need data that's actionable.
Right.
And I used to be ASEAN Innovation co-lead for ASEAN for EY Parthenon in Asia. And it's very slow, it's very expensive to do any kind of experimentation. It's very slow to do customer journey mapping. For one of our life sciences demos for a trial that we've started, we literally mapped 11 customer journeys, folded them in on themselves, and found not improvements to what they're doing now, but solving problems for their customers, the doctors, the clinics, solving problems for the retirement homes, the nurses, the families of the people who have a loved one in the retirement home. Outside your product and service, what else can you do that will improve, in their case, adherence of completing a drug regimen?
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole life cycle there, right? But I guess one question around that, since you're building these digital twins and you're building these ways to really understand the synthetic data of what's going on, the things that people aren't seeing, the perspective around that, how is, with using synthetic data, how are you making sure to level that into the actual end user experience or the company's experience to make sure that you're not stating something outside of their understanding or their own like value system?
I get you. Look, we love AI, but we don't trust AI on its own, which is why we're pioneering advancements in compound AI, which is how we're gathering data from actual customers and bringing that into the model. But we're not applying it to revenue. I think we're really good, like Salesforce is an amazing system of record for everything to do with the CRM and the revenue. We're like Salesforce, but for product innovation and marketing and go-to-market innovation. So we're creating those closed loops, and that synthetic data is being applied to what was supposed to be my PhD, because today, and I haven't published the PhD, we've actually withheld it. It's the 4 of the 16 frameworks that are proprietary in our product. And so we are engineering what data we want to create, because we're designing it for the data that we need to use to guide your product strategy. So we're adding business impact ranking to everything in your backlog in Jira. We're adding business impact potential to everything that's in your go-to-market and sales. And then we're saying none of that is static. We don't see the future. What we do see are 3,000 of the next best scenarios. We'll help you rank those. We'll help you test those in a specific way on your existing touch points. And then what are the best next steps for your product marketing and sales? So we're building that synthetic data not to be trusted. We're building it to execute the experiments. We're helping you execute the experiments. We're building those assets. We're bringing that back into ways that help you on your end-to-end workflow of product marketing and sales. And all of those are now aligned to a digital twin. So nobody's out of sync. So every time you build a new feature, go-to-market and sales by design are instantly updated.
So you have that upstream, downstream kind of looked at and whatnot. You know, it's interesting you're talking about like the PhD, kind of what you're working on, but like I've heard...
Proposed PhD, yeah.
Okay, I mean, hey, we all got to work on something.
We had to hold it back,
Yeah, well, I mean, if not, then I mean, it goes back to like the intellectual property kind of discussion, but how, I heard like you guys are also, or you're working on a documentary, right? Can you tell us a little bit about the documentary?
We've been invited to be a part of a 5-part documentary. It's being filmed by Channel News Asia, which is a very large, a dominant brand in Asia for news. And they're creating a 5-part documentary called Innovations That Matter. And so they followed us to California for the 3 speaking engagements that we're doing here. And we're part of an episode called Entrepreneurs in Innovations That Matter. So it's very humbling. It's an amazing opportunity, but we really love this cross-pollination between what's happening in Asia and bringing the best of both across both sides of a big, big ocean.
I mean, we're seeing that commoditization globally, right? Everything's kind of coming into one. We do
build
have
a global
some
product.
Right. We are seeing also some nuances on the global scheme of things, like where AI sovereignty is coming in and stuff like that. That's something that could be talked a whole other session of that, what that looks like. But in general, so the other aspect of this is really, I mean, AIPath plays a really interesting role in handling that use case question, right? Most companies are saying, where do we drive? How do we do this? What are the use cases? Where does that match up? And really, you know, taking that digital twin approach is giving them that little bit of like, hey, there's what you sell, there's what you buy, there's what you, so maybe like the buy, acquisition, partnership. How does AIPath handle that question?
We're actually doing a talk about the buy versus build question when you don't know what they want and you still have to build it. But that brings up the purpose and the vision and the mission of AIPath, which is to be that system of record for innovation, because today there is no tool for strategy. There are only communication tools like slide decks and white papers in various document formats. But there is no tool that ties together strategy and execution. In fact, we have a module in our tool called StratOps, which is strategy into operations. And without that closed loop, you actually don't know whether the strategy isn't working or the execution isn't working. Because people are left to too many levels of abstraction of turning a strategy into...
Or siloed, right?
So we postulate there are strategy gaps because data is incomplete and data isn't being designed to be a hypothesis that is testable with data that actually informs your best next step. So that's exactly what we're building. We're building that system of record, just like Salesforce has built a system of record, for example, but for things that are very focused on your growth and that customer centricity and solving the data gaps.
Cool. Yeah, I think that covers the majority. Any last tidbits or some of the biggest hurdles you've seen? Like, because I mean, running with these companies, talking to them, and taking them on that journey.
Yeah.
What's like the big call out that you've seen?
I've worked with over 200 companies. I've mentored at nearly 40 accelerators.
Yeah.
And most people think that experimentation and journey mapping is too slow and too expensive, and it did used to be. We believe that the cost of that data gathering is now falling relatively to zero, and that it's so cheap, and we now have systems, you can be self-learning exponentially. Nothing about AIPath is about productivity and doing things faster or better or cheaper. We're actually beyond that and saying we can do now more complex scenario planning and risk analysis, and you don't have to learn multivariate analysis, you don't have to learn very complex statistical validation techniques, and we're going to do a lot of that heavy lifting for you. And why not test before you build? Why not align everybody in the organization to what the customer wants? You can't beg them to buy. Yeah. So can we exceed their expectations by understanding the entire context? And in fact, my talk today is not even about the external context of the competitor and the customer.
Right.
Today we're talking about the internal context of the organization and why are there silos between product, marketing, and sales? Why does leadership have different ideas that are then translated into OKRs, which are abstractions, and then the OKRs are abstractions that become my
KPI level,
my backlog.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Why are there so many good ideas that we can't build? There surely must be a way to prioritize them. So why don't we prioritize them?
Maybe it's understanding, maybe it's something else.
Right.
But I think that kind of finishes up where AIPath is leading people down the path of AI, right? I mean, I don't know if you guys have a slogan, but I mean, I was like, that's pretty good.
We're AI for product market fit, and we want to be that system of record for innovating in innovation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. I mean, so David Isaac, I mean, fantastic talking to you.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks
for being here at AI Infra, and we'll talk more.
It's a great conference already. We're looking forward to see everything else. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. All right.
Was that okay?
Luckily, there's a timer. I was like, they don't have a timer, but I saw the clock.
Oh, okay.
It was okay, other than the lady walked through the middle when you were talking.
Can you guys hear us fine? Oh,
is this mic audible or this one?
So it's going to be this. I think what they found was they were getting too much background noise out of these mics, so this is just here for effect. Okay, we're good? Excellent. So, Nitin, thanks for joining us today. I think everybody's really excited to hear what you and the Mondelez teams have been working on. And so to start the interview, we'd love for you to just introduce yourself and the background on some of the interesting projects you've been working on.
Sure, sounds good. Well, thanks for having me, John. Myself, Nitin Gupta, I come with 15 years of experience working in enterprise companies, especially in AI, data analytics, and have worked across companies like IBM, General Electric, Gap Inc., TransUnion, and currently it's Mondelez. So I've cut across different verticals, be it CPG, manufacturing, energy, and retail.
Awesome. And before we get into it, have there been any really exciting projects or initiatives that you guys have rolled out recently that you'd like to bring people up to speed on?
Sure. I think we are in the era of AI. Everyone is talking about it. Of course, we are sticking a bit more towards foundational AI, making use of traditional AI ML models because we see more value, which is immediately can be, arrived from there. But yeah, of course, we are also doing some Gen AI, POCs as well and moving them into production. So we see value in both of them and currently working on either.
Awesome. And
please join us.
And as we think about, one of the things that people are really interested in learning more about is there's a lot of companies doing POCs and they're starting to see the very early stages of what successful AI deployments can look like, but a lot of people are wondering, how do I effectively roll this into production and what do I need to be worrying about?
That's a great question, and I see in one of the studies, 85% of the Gen AI POCs, they don't see the face of production. And I think a lot of startups and a lot of companies or even enterprise companies, when they talk about Gen AI POCs going into production, they face some of the other foundational challenges. And we have been through the same journey as well. So in order to ensure that we don't get stuck into those kind of pieces, we have set up an AI council which do a thorough process to vet out all kinds of use cases, which may be Gen AI use cases or traditional AI use cases, and what ROI they are going to bring into place. And then we have a design authority team, which actually sees, be it from an architecture perspective, be it from a legal perspective, security, compliance, those aspects are there. So we have representatives, from each of these, and they thoroughly vet a particular, use case before we even enter into a POC. Sometimes we have to accelerate and move faster, and that's when we started directly with a POC. But then we do face certain hurdles, right? I mean, for example, the models can hallucinate a lot, right? Something which is working quite well in a POC stage may not work that well, when we are actually moving to production. So having beta testers, beta users, to validate that, having the right feedbacks is very, very important. And we are seeing that, okay, if those challenges are addressed, the journey would become smoother, when we are actually in a production world for a Gen AI use case, especially.
That's great to hear. And I think you mentioned a few of the users. A lot of times when we hear about AI councils, one of the really important things is to bring people in that are outside of the technology org. You mentioned security and legal. Who are some of those other key stakeholders that sit on your AI council, and what are the things they're typically concerned with?
So I think the number one biggest concern is what is the business value, right? What is your TCO, out of this investment, the ROI that you're going to have? Because if it is not giving or generating that much value to it, we don't want to just go by the hype that, okay, the Gen AI use case or an AI use case is going to be instrumental in bringing in some substantial value.
Yep.
So hence vetting that is very, very important, and then we have senior leaders who vet that process first, that okay, a particular use case does provide that kind of a value, and we have to explain it to them, right?
Yeah.
Something might be that it is more foundational, right? It might solve certain technical aspects as well. So if those, if both are seen as a valuable information, that's when we proceed with that kind of a use case. Otherwise, we have to put it on and park it and move to some other use case.
Yeah, awesome. And I think getting these projects and getting early buy-in is really interesting. Another thing that I constantly hear about is concerns about the risks of scaling. I know you have some particular expertise in monitoring for, in resolving hallucinations as you're moving into production. I think that's a really relevant area people would like to hear more about.
Sure, so I think in order to handle hallucinations, what we have seen is during POC mode, the models worked out pretty well. They gave, very good results. When we expanded it and added more and more, beta users towards it, it started, giving some kind of, hallucinated answers. And hence what is, important and what we did was, apart from just using RAG, we also brought in business rules in place so that, even if the model starts, to give or generate certain answers on its own, that has to be backed up and guarded by the business rules, first, and business, concepts. So hence, those users, the beta users, they thoroughly check that piece before we even, venture into, providing that answer to an end user. And apart from that, what we have done is we have provided some kind of feedback loops as well to these beta users and on front end, so that the end users can also, validate those results and give it back to the model, so that the next time, it improves further.
Yep.
So intent-based reasoning, so providing those kind of segmentations of which model should be picked up, or what should it be, like a reasoning model, should it be like a summarization model, or should it do a classification? Based on the kind of intent of the question, we have put in those kind of guardrails so that the right answer gets picked up and hallucination is minimized through that.
That's great to hear. And kind of as you're helping people work through some of these challenges, what are some of the tools and monitoring techniques you're using to identify, is it a hallucination, is it a valid answer, and really be able to tell the difference between the two of those?
So I think mostly what we are doing is we have human in the loop. That's what we are mostly working on. We are also evaluating what other infrastructure companies and product-based companies are offering. Like Databricks, recently reached out to us that they have got certain things for model evaluation and comparison of results. So we are also learning as the industry is learning to see what works out best for our case.
Cool. And then obviously, a lot of this Gen AI workloads and these next-gen use cases, they rely heavily on user data to be successful. How are you guys navigating as a global multinational, this complex and changing framework of legal regulations, internal compliance policies, and so forth?
Sure, so for this, maybe I'll take an example from my previous company. I was working for TransUnion. So as like financial companies, they have to have the right kind of compliance checks in place, right? Because they are such a regulated industry. And especially when you are working in a global setting, you have to ensure that for that particular region, right compliance checks are placed, right? GDPR compliance, HIPAA compliance, you have different compliance, which each of the regions and countries are putting in, especially for AI use cases. So we have to ensure that there is a proper AI governance team which is established, and they ensure that whatever are the current policies which the government has put forward, we adhere to those policies. Of course, PII information, PHI information, we anonymize that before we even get into any kind of use case development. And from a protection perspective, we try to restrict anything which is that particular region specific. It should reside in that particular cloud. If something is very crucial and that should not even go into a cloud, we try to have a hybrid structure, like an on-prem and virtual private cloud to take care of those confidential information.
Awesome. And one last question, just looking at, we talked previously about transparency and trust. How do you balance end user transparency and trust with delivering business value in your projects?
Sure, so I see it as two kinds of end users. One is a customer user, which may be retailers in our case. Second is an end consumer or end user, which if I pick from TransUnion, those are the end users like us, who extract or make use of the credit bureau reports. So for either of the two, it's very important that the trust becomes the foundation of any AI project that you build. So we ensure transparency from day one. We try to make our models more and more explicit and explainable, so that if there are any kind of concerns or questions which are asked, we already have a backup in terms of explainable results and answers, so that those concerns are addressed. And we do see from time to time that there is fairness and ethical standards being followed. I mean, Microsoft has a very good fairness to ensure that AI fairness is there. They have a governance framework for that. So we try to adopt what industry is also moving towards, that kind of a framework to increase the trust of our end users.
Cool.
So that's part of our foundations of any use case that we are building these days.
Yep. Perfect. Nitin, really appreciate the time today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Nice
We'll
pleasure
talk
talking
soon.
to you. Thank you so much.
Sweet.
Wow, there was so much noise.
Yeah, there's a lot more background noise than I thought. And people, I like how they, well,
so
it's always a learning
the audio
experience.
was captured properly?
I'm hoping they would have.
Okay.
Still working through it. So good.
Cool.
I had my chocolate chip cookies, so I'm fully powered.
That's great. Ted, it's great to be speaking with you today. We'd love to hear, to start the interview for the audience, just a little bit of background on the work that you're doing and what Inflection AI is doing in the model space.
Sure, John. Well, Inflection AI, of course, has a tremendously rich history, having been founded by Reid Hoffman and Mustafa Suleyman back in 2022, January, a year before all the rest of us found out about all this crazy technology when ChatGPT was launched. And so they've been at it for a long time and had this vision all the way back in January 22 that AI could be an assistant, that it could actually not only interact with us, but also take actions for us. And so what we've been doing since last year is taking that vision, which was originally focused on consumers, and we still do run Pi.ai, but taking that vision and moving it to the enterprise. And so fantastic progress that we made in the last year, and we've been delivering, we've got over 100 customers now, a variety of types and sizes, but tremendous progress.
That's really exciting, and I know from our past conversations, one of the entry points that's really powerful in Inflection AI is your ability to balance speed, innovation with safety and transparency. Can you talk to me a little bit more about how enterprises are thinking about this and being successful?
Sure. Well, I think one of the first things that Mustafa and his team thought about when they were thinking about creating an AI that people would interact with is making sure that it was safe to do so. So trust and safety has always been a really foundational pillar for us as a company. And actually the architecture of our application stack reflects that. So we don't rely upon one monolithic model to do trust and safety. We actually have separate models that handle different aspects of trust and safety. And that makes us really well tuned to being able to serve enterprises, because different enterprises will have actually different needs with respect to trust and safety. So if you're operating a global company, in some parts of the world, for example, you are not permitted to talk about Falun Gong. In other parts of the world, you're not allowed to talk about the Nazi Party. So you have to be able to be adjustable around the world and by industry. So if you are an arms manufacturer, it's probably okay if your employees talk about things blowing up. And if you're at McDonald's, you probably don't want your employees talking about things blowing up, right? So that's a really core pillar for us.
Yeah, and you did, I appreciate that you started to go into some of the regional differences. What we're seeing really on the infrastructure side as well as across the entire AI stack is this new concept of sovereign AI, where it's owned by the company, where it's owned by the government, where it's subject to the local laws. I'd love for you to, just for the audience, give an overview of what is sovereign AI, how's it impacting, and where do you see it going?
Sure. So first of all, let me say that I think every company is going to be polyglot. So you're not going to use a single model, you're going to use a whole bunch of models. And so a really important part of your AI infrastructure is going to be how do you manage a multi-model world. But the most value that organizations are going to get is through the customization of those models and of the architecture overall of which models they're consuming. And so if you're in different parts of the world or you're in different industries or you have different local cultural issues, you want the model to reflect that. You want it to be able to be there and be the supportive, available friend and a coworker, if you will, to your employees that knows what your culture's all about, what your company's about, what your industry's about. And the only way to do that is to actually customize those models and own those models yourself. So from a sovereign AI perspective, obviously the word sovereign often gets just associated to governments, but we think of sovereign AI as actually you own your own AI, and that can be a company as much as it can be any other kind of organization, including and all the way up to governments.
Yep. Yeah, and as you think about the business of the future, owning AI, this is something that we continue to see more and more. In some cases, people are thinking about costs, right? There's a massive cost savings by owning everything and controlling it. I also think it unlocks some really interesting future avenues of how you can interact and grow your business, and I'd love to hear more about that.
Sure. Well, if you think about all the different reasons why you might choose one model or another model given a particular AI workload, we think security is going to be a big issue. We do think control is an issue. We think cost is an issue. Latency is an issue. We think that quality is an issue, and by quality I don't mean it always has to be the highest quality, because actually the highest quality may not be necessary for the task at hand, right? And then there are special capabilities. And so what you're going to want to do as an organization, as your use of AI becomes broader and deeper, is that you're going to want to be able to allow your employees to navigate choices amongst different models based upon all those different criteria. We had one customer, for example, where they had a team that was working on a project, and suddenly, and because they were monitoring it, because they had a control plane that we provided, they saw that in 1 hour, that group consumed 3 billion tokens. Like, runaway process, right? It's like, okay, wait. Now maybe there was value in those 3 billion tokens, or maybe they just uploaded a video. But the problem is you need to be able to control that, and you need to be able to direct it to the right model. So if I have a model that costs me pennies to run, fine, 3 billion tokens is nothing. If it costs me hundreds of dollars to run per billion tokens, this starts being a problem, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the interesting opportunity for a company is to say, I have a set of use cases, I want to be able to define the right application architecture and the right models to support those use cases. And in some cases that will mean I need to pre-train a model. So I want to be able to take a corpus of information that's specific to that use case and actually custom build a model around it. Sometimes it'll be about fine tuning. And I say, well, great, actually I have a model that works well, but I want to adjust it to be able to have the behavior that I want to have. Sometimes it'll be around RAG, and then it'll be about different size models and different characteristics around those models. So that's the set of challenges that companies face today. And they don't even know it yet, right? As I was saying on our main stage here at the AI Infrastructure Summit, there is very little understanding of the scale of compute that companies are going to be consuming here, even in the next few years.
Yeah, and I think you hit on a really interesting topic in quality, but thinking of quality not as what has the highest quality, but what has the right quality for my use case.
Precisely.
This is something that we do, and I think it becomes more important in an agentic world because some things can be solved fast and cheap, and then some things can go into a bigger, more complex, thoughtful model. Do you have any cool examples of something you've implemented in that vein that you could share with the audience?
I have a really funny one. Because it's not just about models, by the way, it's also about models and tools. So I will credit Vibhu Mittal, our tremendous Chief Technology Officer, for this one. He said, look, if you want to figure out what 2 + 2 equals, that's one arithmetic operation. But if you ask a large language model, you're going to do 1 billion calculations.
Yes, yeah, it definitely comes down to using the right thing for the right use case. I think to kind of thinking about the next thing, I know you guys do a lot of work on helping companies select who are the right models. Is there anything else you want to share about the work your team does and how people could engage with you?
Sure. Well, I think one of the biggest unlocks in 2025 for companies is going to be agentic AI. I know here in Silicon Valley, we're surrounded by it. We think everybody knows what it is. Most people in the world have never even heard that expression. Okay. So we also have to recalibrate and recognize that, hey, we're always going to be at the bubble, and we have to actually then translate what we do to the rest of the world. And I think one of the big translations for us when we think about agentic is going to be security. And the existing models, MCP and others, there are some really big concerns that the enterprise has about how is this going to run in a controlled way inside my corporate environment and do real work. So one of the biggest things we're focused on right now is enterprise-ready, secure MCP. So stay tuned for that.
Cool. Sounds exciting. Look forward to hearing more. Ted, it was great talking with you today.
Great talking to you, John. Thank you.
Cool. I guess. Another thing that's always been very interesting to people is how do you move from POC out into production? And one of the areas customers ask us a lot that I'd like to hear your opinion on is how do you think about the underlying infrastructure, right? Where do you do your prototyping? Where do you move your steady state models? And how do you think about infrastructure as a holistic piece of your AI solutions?
Great question. And I think the best practices that I've seen is prototype, fast, cheap, dirty, right? Use OpenAI, use Anthropic, use synthetic data, right? Don't use your real data, but get to the point where you have some confidence that what you're working on is actually going to create value for the organization. And then you have to ask a whole set of questions about the nature of the data. concerned am I about the security of that data? And thus, where do I want it to run? And I'll give you a practical example. Intel, when they run their fabs operate in an air-gapped environment. That is to say, you cannot connect to the internet from inside their manufacturing facility. And so if you want to do something like analyze chip production inside the fab, that means your compute has to be in the fab, right? So that's a very pragmatic security example. I'll give you another example. Did you know that every Navy ship has its own data center?
I did not.
Well, imagine how information intensive all of what we do is today. And if you're at war, you cannot rely on connecting to the internet, right? So you've got to have that compute on the ship. So there are many, many examples like this where pragmatically, you need your own compute. Then there's a whole set of decisions that companies make, right? So one of the conversations we've been having is with a consulting firm that specializes in bankruptcies, right? Well, guess what? You get a whole bunch of information from a public company that is thinking about filing for bankruptcy, and kind of don't want that to leak anywhere, right? So there's lots of governance reasons why also that you say, actually I can't allow that data to be outside. So the first thing is security. But then, actually, one of the things that we keep hearing from customers is a very pragmatic cost issue. So if I have petabytes of data, and those petabytes of data are sitting in one place, I don't want to have to move those petabytes of data to somewhere else to be able to use generative AI to process them. I want that generative AI to sit right there next to the data. So that's a second very pragmatic question is, what are going to be the cost profiles of doing this work? And then, I think we were touching a little bit on the question of quality and how people think about quality. And quality is a word where we say, oh, well, don't I want the highest quality? No, actually, sometimes I don't need the highest quality. What if I'm looking at a door, and all I want to know is it open or closed? I do not need OpenAI to analyze the video footage to tell me if the door is open or closed, right? I can use a much simpler, much smaller model, probably on an edge device for a much lower cost, and much lower latency, right? So now I've got security, cost, latency, and then I think we get into the customization, right? So it's, okay, actually this particular problem, so a large audit firm that we're working with, they have an enormous amount of tax advice. And they want that tax advice to be available in a consistent way across their entire organization globally. That's a perfect example of where you want to train your own model, right? Actually take all that data, do a pre-training run, actually have a model. By the way, that model will do a terrible job of writing in a haiku, but it'll do a fantastic job of answering your tax question, right? And so then you need to put that all into an environment in which the right use case hits the right model in the right infrastructure at the right cost, and that's actually going to be one of the largest issues that organizations find themselves facing. AI architecture is going to be a huge field in its own right to understand how to deploy these systems.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I think it's a space that's evolving so quickly. There's a lot of people who, they generally know what they want to do, but there's so much depth underneath that they need to learn that partnering with the right organizations is really going to accelerate their ability to design the right solution with the right ROI and the right general approach.
Yeah, absolutely, and being able to deploy in a hybrid way across both an on-prem and a cloud environment, be able to deploy locally into particular markets so that I'm getting my compute close to those markets, using sovereign models so that I know that I'm actually following the regulations in each market that I am operating in, having the right expertise embedded in those systems, right? Get the right partner.
Cool. Well, great talking with you, and see you again soon.
See you again soon, John.
Vladimir, it's great to have you joining us here today. To start for the audience, it would be great if you could give us a background on your professional journey and the work that you're doing at Cisco with the Global Infrastructure Fund.
Thank you. So my name is Vladimir Sazonov. I'm part of the Cisco's Global Infrastructure Funds team. We are part of Cisco Corporate Finance, and we're looking for the ways how we can use capital to help our customers and partners grow faster and achieve their business objectives.
Excellent. And one of the big things that we hear from different enterprises are thinking about how do we build and get the biggest return on our AI investments is a lot of this build versus buy conversation, and do I partner with a data center provider or a cloud company? How do you think through this when you're working with an enterprise client?
Yeah. I'll maybe take a step back and first of all kind of comment that what we see with the AI technology solution and applications, it's a groundbreaking. It's a transformational for the enterprise customers. And in the different industries, customers evaluate what they can do, see the opportunity for them, quantify opportunity for them, and they say, hey, these applications make sense for me in this and these areas. It could be new revenue generation, it could be better customer services processes, it could be cost savings initiatives. And when they see these opportunities, they natively make decisions, okay, how do I do this? How do I build this? How do I own it? How do I manage this? And while I think the technology is groundbreaking and new and changes literally every week, I think the way enterprise customers evaluate buying decisions doesn't change. They still look at the fundamentals. Is that a core for me or a context? Or what is a core? Is applications for me is a core? Or owning that technology stack for me is a core? Or managing the whole vertical asset for me is a core? What is a core? What is a context? What is the cost to put it all in production, operate, manage, and build, maintain application, or maybe develop the own application? Complexity. Which of these elements is important for me? How complex they are? Do I have a talent for this? So I think, and those parameters doesn't really change. Enterprise customers evaluating every opportunity and investment the same way. So they will look at AI and say, here's tremendous opportunity. Do I build it? If I have a solid case, they will build it and own it. If they say, hey, for me it's important the application it delivers, healthcare data analysis, or innovation, research and development, healthcare medicine, but actually owning the, let's say, servers, networking equipment, the data centers is not my core. It's a context. So they will look for the ways for somebody else to build it and operate and manage for them.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense. As you think about business leaders trying to think through this approach of core versus context, how should they really evaluate and make the decision on, is this a core competency that I need to own versus is this something that I can start to outsource?
I think for the enterprise customer, from any business, generally speaking, what's differentiating them on the market?
Okay.
What's differentiating them from competitor? Is that their application, they process, maybe some innovative offer or service, or ability to do the same thing like competitor does, but much faster. Then maybe they optimize the technology stack. We see even in a consumer applications today, the companies compete on how good their LLM model is. Yeah? It's also a business, right? So then companies who is doing LLM models, they optimize not only software layer, but also the hardware layer, where I can find the fastest hardware to run to train my model and to develop my model. Companies in, let's say, banking industry would be focused on analysis of their data. Their data and analytics out of the data is their core, is a differentiating factor. In which data center is run, it's probably less critical. What will be critical for them? Security perimeter. They will say, I want to have somebody build that stack for me, manage it for me, but I will need to have a security framework which fits into mine. So there is in my example for banking, finance customer, there will be integration of the customers looking on the security aspects, how the AI application runs.
Yep. And we talked about a variety of things in terms of control, security, cost. As you think about deployment options for all of these different applications, can you kind of give us your overview of what are the right types of workloads and what are the primary metrics you should be looking for to differentiate between this workload makes sense for me to be on a public cloud, this one maybe in a private environment or an on-prem?
I think again, it's economics, right?
Yep.
So if enterprise customer knows what kind of workload they have,
yep.
that workload have a predictable consumption pattern or predictable workload pattern, it will require that much compute capacity or whatever else is required, sustainable, yeah? There may be a case to buy and own the whole stack to operate, and operate it in-house. It's a CapEx to invest and own, it's operational expense to maintain and support technology stack, it's expense to operate the software stack on top of it. Enterprise may decide, I understand the whole thing, I have people to manage the whole stack, it's maybe most cost efficient way. There may be applications with a variable workloads. And they will say, you know what, I will focus on my application, but actually compute capacity behind it, I would like to rent it from somebody else on demand. And then there is like a choice of clouds. Clouds, obviously hyperscalers on one end, local, we'll say colo-based clouds on the other end, and then the enterprise will look, okay, how much their variability expected. Let's say in today's world, typically web frontends are based on the hyperscalers because of the global presence, ability to momentarily scale the capacity of the application. Maybe an application you're looking for is not that volatile. The whole, maybe a lot of back office application processing data at bunch at night, let's say, they don't need to be in hyperscaler, they need to be close to the data. The data gravity, we believe, is going to be a big factor. The enterprise will look, where is my data? Okay, I need to have a AI process connect to my data. And that's, I think, the factors which will push enterprise decision makers to see what do I want to own, what do I want to outsource, and how much to outsource, how much will have a managed service for me.
Yeah. And one of the things you mentioned when you were talking about building your own data centers, we frequently hear about the enormous amount of CapEx that is going to be invested into AI data centers and delivering all the benefits of accelerated compute. How is Cisco helping really deliver CapEx and unlock the amount of investment needed in this space?
If customer decided to buy and build a stack of technology, we're obviously very happy to deliver that technology and support customer with the financing if necessary. What we see today at this point of time, there is a massive demand from enterprise customers not to own technology, but to have technology delivered to them as a service. Which means then for the cloud service providers like Nscale, there is a inherent CapEx requirements to put the technology up front and then rent it to the customer for maybe several years. That's a piece of a puzzle which we can address as well. We can help cloud service providers with the funding and financing models to build the digital infrastructure for their enterprise projects. We have a choice of a different solutions from debt financing to equity financing, project-based revenue share. We have a kind of a spectrum of the options.
Cool. And I think one last thing, we did talk about kind of the emerging set of cloud providers. Historically, enterprises have really considered only like the biggest, most established players. How do you see the market evolving, and why should enterprises be potentially working with some of the new players in the space?
I would disagree that enterprises only were looking at largest clouds. I think what enterprise customers will look at is a often very customized set of technologies. And ultimately they need the technology, but they really care the value could be the core, is application running on top of it. So enterprise customers say, I would like to have somebody else to take care of this technology. That's what we at Cisco call managed service provider. And we believe that business was around for the last 20 years, and it's coming into the future as well with the new high-performance compute solutions. The technology, again, fundamentally, transformatively different, but the business model stayed the same. There will be companies who will say, hey, I can deliver the whole technology for you and manage technology complexity. Because people are not ready. Actually, last month, Cisco has published AI Readiness Report, which is a survey of 8,000 business decision makers for the companies 500 employees and above. And what those decision makers said, they said 80% of them have AI developments as part of the corporate strategy, as a way to compete, and advance forward their business opportunities. 46% of those say, our infrastructure is just not there. We are not ready to accommodate new high-performance compute. 77% of those said, our data is all over the place. It needs to be looked at, aggregated, so we can leverage our data for our AI purposes. And 70% of those said, we have no people to do this. So it just shows that demand is there, but capacity for the enterprise customers to do it themselves is not there. So if they're looking to get ahead on AI game within a year or two, they will not get the infrastructure in place, they will not get people in place in current environment. I think the opportunity for the managed services providers in this space right now is enormous.
Yeah, and I think it's very exciting because we're very much at an inflection point where the market is going to change so much over the next 3 years that the people who are not building and winning today, they're going to just be left behind in the future. And so the more people we talk to, the more you get this sense of urgency that we need to do something today and we need the partners that can help us execute because we have a certain level of expertise. There's all these new things that have emerged recently that we don't have the right people or the right technology in-house for.
Very much with you on this.
Look, I really appreciate you coming in today and sharing your expertise with the audience. I hope you have a good rest of your day and look forward to talking again.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Cool.
we have an agent.
Okay, so for those of you who are joining us live stream from AINFRA, my name is Tony Zernoon. I'm the Director of Partnerships at a company called Actian, and with me I have two very distinguished friends and guests from the industry, and I'm going to introduce them. Itzhak, thank you for coming. Joel, thank you for coming. I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves, and then we're going to get started for a very interesting topic.
Thank you, Tony, for hosting us. I'm Itzhak Asaraf. I'm CTO and founder of OneTouch.io. Doing cyber for 20-something years, dealing with data, the data layer, and we'll be happy to talk about the combination between data and AI.
Awesome. And Joel, thank you for coming.
Hi, Tony. Thank you for having me. So my name is Joel. I'm a mathematician by training, but I'm in cyber for like 17 years now. So yeah, it feels like a long time. And I started with data and encryption, but we are moving towards infrastructure and how you host AI securely.
Got it. So we've all been in cyber for a long time. Obviously, we don't listen or learn, we don't learn our lessons, and I mean it's constantly evolving. Sometimes I feel the more things change, the more they stay the same. We all just came from a RSA show, right? The biggest security conference, 4,000 additional startup companies. They're spawning more with AI. Obviously, everybody's using AI. And I wanted to see, we're going to be obviously talking about some of the unknown threats, right? I think that we are in the age of agentic, world, right? It's agentic AI. I feel like up until now, we've all been taught that you have to adopt defense in depth. Where is the depth in the AI infra, right? Is it going to help us? Can we continue to try to detect and add security to it, or is it really shifting? I sense there's something different. I'd like to ask you from RSA, just go back 2 weeks. What are some of the unknowns that each of you didn't know that you didn't know as you deal with AI? Or come at RSA. So it's like, what is some of the unknowns for you that now you're like, oh wow, something new came up?
Yeah, I think as you said, the risk and insecurity are the same, but every new generation of technology creates new layer of threats, and you need to adjust your approach to that. I think before we'll talk about what is the risk in AI that is unique compared to other places. I think that first of all we need to understand the difference when you talk about agentic. So it's more like, we talk about it when you talk to an LLM model, it's more of a social engineering versus a classic data and defense. And when companies want to unlock their data into LLM models in order to get business value out of it, the main difference is that you need to shift your approach from block, protect, alert, into unlocking data, which means that you need to enable. So if the data needs to go into the model in order to generate business value, you need to see how you let 100% of the data go to the model, and put the controls in a way that will not block some of it. Because if you block some of it, you create limitation in your value. So that's one of the main things that you need to do a shift left in your thinking as a security professional.
So what I'm hearing you say is like, you can't just block certain data because the chief data officer wants the data. You have to know your data, you have to trust your data, you have to govern your data. That's just an anti, right? It's not just for blocking.
Let me give you a real life example. One of our customers is a clinic research institute. Actually one of the largest in the US. They have more than 100 research organizations running in parallel. And they have a lot of clinic nodes, radiology, and others. Imagine that they're collecting from all over the US, from hospitals, from other places. Imagine that we'll take the classic approach of, if it contains sensitive data, I need to block it from going into the training model. 70% of the data will not go there. because it's very hard to anonymize data that come in from more than 1,000 health institute in order to be used in your training modules. So you need to see how you, from one hand, comply and make sure that the sensitive data will not go there.
Right.
From the other hand, all the data that was gathered needs to go into the training module.
That's right.
So that's the difference in approach, and that's a good example between firewall or database protection than AI training process.
So we need security that is rather enabling than blocking.
Exactly. We always talk about it on the CISO level. Always the CISO wanted to position himself as enabling the business. I think that one of the differentiation that we have in the AI era, you have to take this approach. Otherwise, there is no value to the process of trying to get value from the data.
It's very interesting. So we're trying to solve one problem, which is the talent gap, and let's throw AI people, right? So we're going from the software as a service to service as a software, right? So that's great, new employees, right? So they bring new attack surfaces and governance issues that you need to do, so obviously deal with that. So I think there's also some sort of a collision between the chief data officer, chief security officer, chief compliance, so they need to kind of get together, right? So that's happening. In the meantime, right, we were at RSA and we saw a lot of vendors. There's a lot of AI security for this, AI security for that, AI security for that. So the idea of a defense in depth, layering all this stuff, it was nice when you had a depth. Now we don't have the depth, but the AI is also being used by the adversaries in a very different way. This is kind of like the back in the days of Enigma, right? If you wanted to fight a machine, you had to do a machine, right? And we've used deception to try to change that game, right? But I think that we need to take a different approach. We can't just see static. If you just sit static, they have the advantage. They have to be right one time, and they're not giving up. They have storm attacks that are happening, right? So there's got to be different approaches, right? Which is, I wanted to ask you, Joel, you and I were talking about this, and I was fascinated by some of the things you were telling me. I'm like, no, that's not possible. Tell us about what's your mission? What are you doing?
So our mission actually started more like 15 years ago when we started telling to people, like in terms of cybersecurity, IDS and IPS are not working, and you need to do something else. I mean, we proposed something called intrusion tolerance. So you have to be an enabler in terms of data and in terms of networks and endpoints as well. And we had a couple of mostly government interested in that. Even the whole approach was kind of re-christened by DHS here. It was called moving target defense. So basically, the whole idea is that you have to move the endpoints. You have to move even the whole infrastructure in order to make it secure. So, which is kind of a contradiction because you're adding chaos to the whole system.
Correct.
Which CISOs, the data people, they don't like. Actually, it's very heretic as well. So it's like a heresy to tell them that, hey.
It's contrary to what we're hearing, right? You build infrastructure, use security infrastructure, you create concentric circles into that. What you're telling me is kind of like a Sun Tzu type stuff, right? It's just the art of war. You're telling me, what I heard you is like an always moving target. You talk about chaos. You talk to me about chaos engineering. Maybe unpack that for the audience a little bit.
So chaos engineering. That came with the famous Netflix engineers called Chaos Monkey. That was basically you need to constantly stress test your system. So it's not just CI/CD, but you have to do CV as well, which is continuous verification.
Yes.
And kind of, I tell it to people, you have to beat up your own systems in order to make them resilient against the attackers beating up your systems.
Interesting.
And there was about 4 or 5 years ago, a security version of that. It's called Security Chaos Engineering.
Okay.
It's more like an SRE approach, so a reliability engineers approach. So they design their system, not proactive, but more unbeatable. So it's pretty easy to remediate things. It's pretty easy to.
It's more of a by design, which what I'm hearing you say is
exactly
is a
secure
design.
by design.
It's like, I call it like a defeat by design.
Exactly.
Right. Very interesting. So we're talking about the inherent contributor risk of the data, right? So how do I make sure that people who need the data, they get it in a way that is governed, trustable, avoid the garbage in, garbage out, right? We've interacted, right? With our companies trying to bring a classification engine to the data governance, even not the security side of it, right? But you have the security and compliance. You have to have the license to operate. You have to make sure you don't add more contributor risk. And you're saying, hey, in the meantime, hey, defense in depth was good, but we already proven that it's not working the way it was advertised, right?
Yeah.
Just, you don't have all these different layers of adding a bunch of different vendors. We have 4,000 plus vendors. I'm going to have the same versions with AI on top. We saw a lot of them, right? I don't think the stovetop model is going to change, right? What I'm hearing say, hey, look, yes, you may add additional tools, but what if we change the game and you do a defeat by design, like be a moving target? In a sense, like increase your resiliency against these very motivated state, nation, and other attackers that are now using swarms to attack you. And let's not make it easy for them. Let's move it. Like you build castles and stuff like that. And what I'm hearing you say is like, let's make the castle morph. Right, so I don't even know where the door is or the window is. Am I understanding it correctly? Is that kind of?
Well, it's a bit more than that. So
more than that.
You don't just move the castle.
Because,
okay. If the enemy is already in the castle, if you move the castle, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So if they installed malware or anything,
right.
that's going to be still there. So what we do is actually we destroy the castle and just pop it up somewhere else from. They call it immutable state, or back in those days we used golden copies of virtual machines, VMware, and that's going to be completely clean.
Yes.
And working as it's supposed to, and so on and so on. So I think that's the right approach.
Interesting. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the conversations today. I mean, when I hear AI infra, what is AI infra, right? It's a new set of data centers that have to deal with a lot more data, much more throughput of data. So obviously inspecting that data is very hard. So we need to bring them to the edge, right? So latency is an issue. They talk about security being a big issue, right? Coming there. And if I get into that model, right? Now, it's not just an infrastructure and but just set of controls. You're talking to someone who is being taught to think. So getting closer to that brain. And if I can put something that makes you think what is reality, what is not, right? This is poisoning, this is a lot of stuff. If I change your model, now suddenly the output's very different. If I'm a hacker and I suddenly get access to your company as a North Korean employee, we heard that at RSA coming up, they're coming in there, they get access. It's no longer just a janitor going to a rack, putting a USB and get some controls. Is this guy going in there and ingesting certain things and change reality with a different version of truth? So this is what some of the unknown in my mind is.
Yeah.
Look, you need to protect these brains that you're building. There's children being grown up. You want to make sure they build the right synapses. You don't put your children in front of the MTV at a 3-year-old, right? The behavior changes. You feed the kid the right data, otherwise garbage in, garbage out. So I think there is a challenge that with AI infra, it's very, very different. And that is, we won't get the chance to bolt on security as we've done before. So this idea of a secure by design, defeat by design, it resonates and is something that, hey, look, we don't have all the solutions, but I think there's a couple different approaches. The idea was to get uncomfortable and talk about things that we haven't done, because if you continue to do the same thing, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
So how do we go about this? I mean, what are the things that we talking about? There's other topics that we can talk about, but continue your thoughts. I mean, you were saying that, so don't assume security, assume bad guys are there, be a moving target. What else?
So, if you want to, let's say, poison your child mind, you need to basically feed him with information, like misinformation, constantly. Okay. And that gets back to the topic of dwell time in terms of cybersecurity. So if you let the attackers dwell in for a long time, that's when they can put false training data around, but that's going to be your
This going back to what Isaac was talking about, right? And it's not just security, is reliability, is integrity, right?
Exactly, and that's so basically what we do is we make sure that you control the dwell time. You won't be able to see I don't know, like you won't get into a situation where your attacker is going to be there in years or months or without unnoticed, and when you notice it, then by that time it created havoc. Like it was with SolarWinds a couple of years ago, but now with AI it's actually happening much faster. Not just the intrusion, but also creating false data. But I think you have much better.
Yeah, I think that first of all, if you think about what's the difference between hacking to a data lake than hacking to an AI model.
Right, what's the difference?
Very simple, time to value.
Time to value.
Yes, if I will hack to a data lake, I have these trillion records that now I need to understand the structure of the data, the content of the data. I need to pull all of that, understand the business context that relate to the data in order to get value.
Right.
Where, and I can give an example. Let's take a hacker like an internal threat, for example. So one of our customers said, you know, one of the things that I'm concerned about, that's an energy company, said, we have all the telemetric, all the data, all the structure of our electricity factories inside our LLM models. Someone can come and ask, how do I shut down the electricity in New York?
Easy.
Now, if I will need to figure it out from stealing 5 terabytes of a nuclear plant, okay, it will take me a few months. With LLM, I can just ask the system will tell me this is the path.
I see, so time to value for the adversary.
Time to value, so this is why the approach of moving the target all the time it's resident, and you need also to look at it from, of course, at the end of the day, all of the infrastructure and serve the data. You need to look at it from the data point of view and map your risk.
You know, it's interesting. It's kind of like, what's the most important brain in the United States, right? The president, the POTUS. What happens to threat it? They move the president. Maybe have decoys. So what I'm hearing is, hey, you're building this brain, it's an important brain. You want to make sure that it's not accessible because it's just a matter of time and energy and resources, and these guys have swarm attacks are coming at it, and they're not going to let go. It's not just, oh, I'm going to create a DDoS or this. It's very well orchestrated, and you're making an easy button for them. People come in, not a janitor, an employee comes in there. So your information may have been different data lakes, secured by databases, a bunch of different access controls. You had a depth. Now, they come in, they have access to LLMs. So now, why should I have access to that information, that knowledge pool, if I didn't have otherwise? So that is the governance aspect of it that you're talking about. And you also want to train these models going in there. So that is fascinating. Time to value.
Time to value is one of them. I think that it will be good to, you know, when you ask yourself, this is one of the risks. What are the new risks that come in with LLM? That's something that, you know, every CISO needs to map, risk officer in the organization. So we talked about internal threat. The other one, and you gave this example of the president, I will continue with the analogy. Okay, imagine that I will start briefing the president with wrong data.
We've gone to war by that, right?
Okay.
It's not too long ago.
Exactly. So if I get the wrong data, and if we'll talk about LLM, I can poison. I will tell you a personal story that happened to me 2 weeks ago.
Interesting.
Okay, so I was working on improving our technical documentation using OpenAI. While doing that, not intentionally, I trained OpenAI on who is OneTouch. A week ago, we asked OpenAI who are the top 5 discovery and classification solutions. We got an answer. After we worked on our documentation, OpenAI said OneTouch.
Oh, wow.
The public OpenAI learned few hundred documents about the spec and performance and suddenly the processing versus others, we affected unintentionally the answer of the LLM model. If I will go and train the model with things that I want to deceive the organization, even on competitive.
Interesting. You did it for good, but I can see how it could be.
I didn't even know that I'm doing it. That's the point.
But you're probably a different point. We all in the cybersecurity at the mercy of our analysts, right? You know who's who. There's this magic quadrant. We call it a CYA quadrant, which I think there's a cost per pixel to the right. Let's can talk. But in the past, this was called briefing. The more you talk to your analyst, the more he knew about it. So it's interesting if this is happening. I'm just curious what's going to happen to the analyst thing, right? They need to change their game too.
Yeah,
so, but you bring a very good point. Like, look, it's used it for good, great, but this could be easily good for bad.
Exactly.
That are where the AI analysts solutions. So like Gartner is being disrupted as we speak. So yeah.
Awesome. I wanted to talk about other things. Look, we are inheriting a lot of existing controls, right? It's a data center moving to a different data server in the cloud and moving on-prem because of cost of GPUs, availability. You talked about the challenges around the power and everything, but also the amount of data going to those racks, the throughput of those racks, right? The security also needs to be built in. There are a couple companies that I talk to that are trying to do that, with the PCI boxes that can do hundreds of gigs or more into those boxes. So great. So there's a lot of people thinking about it. There are people that are solving different problems. So let's talk about like other assumed securities, right? Encryption. Yeah. Everybody say, how do you secure your data? Encrypt your data. A couple different problems. One, most encryption today is static, right? So AS256 static, So there's attacks that we've heard through this conversation, AI-driven attacks that are trying to kind of do inference. They can find if the entropy is predictable. But there's this other thing, right? Back in the day, we had a Y2K problem. Sky is falling. I hear now some people are marketing Y2Q, year to quantum resiliency, quantum readiness. And we're assuming that if I'm using certain securities, right, I'm secure. I'm encrypting the data, it's secure. What's happening there? Again, can we continue to assume that security, we're not too far from that, but what do you say?
So two things, on quantum and AI, if we'll combine those two things. So quantum is, let's call it, compute on steroids.
Sure.
But significantly, AI is the ability to process data very fast and come to conclusion.
Yeah.
If you combine that with encryption, so as you mentioned, quantum safe, it's been proven already that 90-something% of the encryption are existing encryption are hackable if you have access to a quantum computer. Sure. Instead of 100 years, you can do it in a few seconds.
Or even digital annealers, right? I mean, they're out there. So.
Exactly. So on that level, encryption doesn't really work, and then there is all the practice of moving to a different set of algorithms and so. But if you look at it from AI point of view, encryption is a stage before. Why? Because yes, you protect your data encrypted, but at some point you need to expose your model to the data, so you need to decrypt the model.
Correct.
So now, and another thing that you need to remember when you talk about AI, and I will continue with the comparison to data lake. In data lake, if I put the wrong data there, or I put sensitive data there, I can go and fix that. I can delete the record. Okay, I can tokenize the record.
Got it.
In AI model, if I push sensitive data inside the model, it's a one-way ticket. Yes. I need to destroy the entire model and train it again, and we know how much it costs to do that.
It's like teaching your kid bad four-letter words. You can't go kill your kid, right?
Exactly.
Let's redo that.
So first of all, you need to put the right controls and monitor the data before it goes. How do I go into the pipeline of the training?
Right.
The training of data, all the data that goes, is not that simple because you have different channels. So you need, first of all, to see what type of data goes into the training model, both from deceiving, the initial threat that we talked about, but also from sensitive data. We had two examples, real examples from customers. One LLM model knew to answer the question because of mistake of training it, what is the shareholders of all the board directors?
Yeah.
Because one of the spreadsheets that went by mistake was the board decision on how to divide the shares to different executives and others. So if you look at something like that, that's HR data that didn't need to go there. It's there. Now what you're going to do, you have a model that you spend 6-8 months on training.
Right.
Now you have the HR system of your employee. They're including salaries, including option plan, including...
Yes.
So you need to control how data goes. The second thing is when you consume data. So you need to see what type of questions goes in. Are the users of data abuse the model in order to get, and we gave the example of electricity. There are many other examples that I can abuse in order to get data that I'm not supposed.
Don't tell them that.
Another example, health insurance company.
Right.
what is the health condition of the NFL player?
Interesting.
I can adjust my bets because the health policy is stored in that health insurance company. So those things need to be monitored, also the outcome side, to monitor the prompt and to see what data goes in and out, and based on that identify questions that have been asked that are actually, it's different. If we talk about the history of hacking, so you put payloads and you have patterns, so you have all the detection of that. Here, the attack is actually human talking to human.
That's right.
It's simple human questions, and you need to understand the context of those questions and the intent of the person that asks.
Very interesting. So, just to sum it up, so basically before we're going after the controls, the keys and everything, get to the data lakes, extract, and they had to figure out and do this lateral movement, the MITRE attack and everything. Now it's more about the business logic, the context, the intent behind it. So we're going to see more technology, more solutions, and more practice come around it. But we have to don't assume security just because using certain cryptography. I think, and I said let's get uncomfortable. Up until now, we've seen this movie before. Those of us been a couple decades in there. So we said, hey, we have infrastructure, we have infrastructure security. Anything you say can add security next to it and make it secure, right? Network security, endpoint security, cloud security. Interesting. So what do we add? More controls, more things on it, and we said in depth, right? Because we put those. I think where we're going, and the security guys are like, oh my God, sky's falling. We tried to do this for virtualization. We failed. We tried to do cloud. We failed. $32 billion acquisition, we still have a cloud security problem. IoT, blah, blah, blah. Here we are the AI. Now we need to figure out, okay, what is different? Should I worry about the sky falling? I think not. But what do you think?
We have other issues before the sky starts falling. So the whole system is very fragile, and the attackers are much smarter because it's not just people using AI anymore, but sooner or later, actually very soon, AI is gonna fight AI. And AI agents gonna fight AI agents, or you're not gonna be interrogated by a proper FBI agent, but there's gonna be like an agentic AI retrieving
they're gonna read
your
face,
data
they're gonna know you're
something
lying.
else. Everything, and that's why it's actually super important how to manage your data and how to manage your network, that this thing doesn't happen that easily. But again, in a best case scenario, what we can do is we are buying time to people. So we are buying time for not just to people, but for actually AI agents.
Yes.
So, our AI agents.
So I believe that, let's call it classic security.
Sure.
It needs to happen.
Access control. Yes, you got to do
access control, techniques of moving the cheese, for the mouse not to catch it.
Right.
All those things needs to happen.
Yep.
Sensitive data management needs to happen. Regulation, compliance, all of that needs to happen. It just needs to adopt to the new set of threats, to the new behavior, understand that now it's not human against machine, is a humanoid machine against human, and very soon, and I think today it's happening, we use AI, we use LLM in order to defend LLM. So when we figure out what
I said like the enigma, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the machine against
Exactly.
the machine.
How do we know the context of a question to understand the context, or data that goes in? What is the business context? Is it an NFL player, an employee, or a customer? Maybe customer data is okay. Maybe it's a module to train for marketing, and it's okay as long as it's leads.
Yes.
But the moment it's become a paid customer, that's not okay, because that's a marketing engine and it shouldn't process a paid customer data. So all of that needs to happen. It needs to adjust in terms of volume, speed, accuracy, context. All of that needs to happen. And on top of that, you need to have the understanding, and we go back to the beginning of the conversation, that it's no longer blocking, it's enabling. You need to enable. You need to make sure that the people that consume the data have the ability to do it very quickly, almost real time, because the business change, they want to adopt. And also the people that feed the model will do it constantly, accurately, up to date, but still all the controls needs to be there.
But
So
do you think, sorry, so do you think there's going to be human in the loop for longer time? Or, because right now there is human in the loop because you're using your models against somebody using their models to attack, right?
Let me tell you a secret.
Sure.
The answer is already done. We use LLM modules to train our SLM module, and the SLM module monitor the traffic that goes into the LLM module.
Interesting.
It's an automatic pipeline that the LLM train the SLM, that train YSLM because of performance.
And can it adapt or can it improve himself or itself?
Yes. Yes,
that's
the way
best
to
part.
do it.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it. You learn you have the ability, you have the machine that teach the other machine, and you know we talk about customized or specialized modules. So you need a specialized modules in order to monitor what goes into LLM. But that specialized module needs to be accurate. Therefore, you can rely on public LLM in order to train the specialized agent. So all of that is done. Do we need the human in the middle? Yes. The human write all this process. The human improve all this process. And
the human needs to be like more of an expert in the loop, right?
Exactly.
Because we also have the talent gap, right? So we don't have that many people. I don't know how many security companies I have that also are data scientists.
You don't need a lot of them anymore.
So you think there's hope. So just to summarize, so we are in a new era. There's an inflection point. We have a new attack surface, right? AIs, humanoids, and things like that, and it's constantly moving, right? You know, they're evolving. They're relentless. You know, before they did a DDoS and this, you know, they were going to have to controls and, you know, trying to find a way in. They had to find stuff. Now they don't have it. You have the, you know, time to value problem. If you have the talent gap, you're buying time, right? You say, hey, look, do something, buy yourself time. You know, don't be a sitting duck, right? If you have something, they're going to come after that. Enabler, right? Make sure that the business continues to have, because the AI is going to give you the edge. So you have to make sure the CDO, the chief data officer, you know, is talking to the business, is talking to security, governance, compliance. Do everything you need to do. Patch your systems. Still in infra, right? You know, build your servers more securely. We're not saying don't do that, but you have new attack surfaces, and they're going after the context and the business.
Exactly.
That is the one change that I see.
Exactly.
I think is also, we've done this many times, reliance of existing security controls is just not going to work, right? All the way to cryptography, we talked about it, you know, and really, how do we shift left, right? How do we get more into the proactive? I think the message is built in whatever security controls and business logic that you need to do, enable the business, but do it in a way that is by design, whether it's secure by design or I like what you're doing, which is more of a defeat by design. Yep. Look, we're in California, there's earthquakes all the time. We just had one 6 months ago, you know, 7 Richters, nothing happened. A 4.3 almost pummeled Myanmar, right? Why? Because we've invested in early detection, we've done the thing to increase the resiliency seismically. I think we need to do things to, by design, increase the cyber resiliency of the AI infra. You have all the vertical, you know, AIs, you know, security is a horizontal, but let's make sure that's also built in to all the different stacks that we're trying to do. And then use techniques and procedures, just like they do, but you're saying, hey, shift the game, you know, let's make it more difficult for them to find that in, right? I mean, so there is hope.
Yeah.
I think though, if we don't do it, to finish my thought, I told you don't have to worry about the sky falling down. You know why? Because I think if I'm right, if we don't do this, the floor beneath you will open up and swallow you whole. So don't worry about the sky falling down.
Yeah, I think that you see the trend in the market, and you know, one of the things that changed recently, and it's the beginning of a trend, you have security vendors and you have data management vendors.
Correct.
And what we see, AI brought both of them together, and actually the new security vendors are going to be the data management vendor integrating security into the management process.
We just did that. You and I, we did that, right? With two different companies, data management, security, yep.
It's no longer, I will buy a data management solution and I will buy a security solution to put on top of that or aside that. Actually, the data solution needs to have the controls integrated.
Very
and that's the trend that we're going to see.
So let's do a couple of rapid fire. So, you know, what was interesting for you at RSA, the good, the bad, and ugly?
Well, as you mentioned, so defense in depth, it's not just that, but now by this time, CISOs have this kind of a fatigue of defense in that because they are stacking up solutions upon solutions.
The vendor fatigue,
really,
right?
It's not just the vendor, it's more like the too many
Tool
layers,
fatigue, yeah,
and
too many layers.
It's too many points of where it can go down and
Correct.
it will go down. So that's one thing. The other good thing is like the big players in the industry, so like the hyperscalers, they're mostly just the research teams yet, but I think it's going to trickle down very fast because in terms of AI, everything is happening pretty fast. Yeah. They started realizing that static is not going to cut it, so it was designed against human attackers and so on and so on. And the biggest problem, and that's the bad part as well, is like they just started to realize now, but over RSA, there were like 90% of these, let's say, vendors were dropping AI agents. AI agents here, AI agents there, and they are not secure, not from the data perspective, not from the infrastructure perspective, so they can touch anything, there's no control, and now they realize that these agents might need some protection, and there are some protocol level protections that they want to set up, but again, they are just setting up the protocols now. And by the time they come up with that, let's say in a couple of months, because it's going to be fast, we'll have tens of millions of agents out there working or more. So yeah, I'm not worried about the sky is falling.
You're not, okay. What about yours? Like, what was the good, the bad, ugly around RSA? What were the takeaways?
Nothing to do with security.
Nothing to do with security?
No.
Okay.
I can say officially COVID is over.
All right.
You see all the people going back to office.
There are?
People came to conferences. This year you see all the people back, the amount of people, and I think that we're talking about AI and AI replacing humans. What I saw in this RSA is that humans are still human and they need
interaction.
They need the interaction
yes.
between them. Every RSA there is a new trend. 1 year is a zero trust. This year is everything is AI. It will continue like that. But it was interesting to see the need for human interaction.
Yes, that's good. I think we don't need to lose our humanity in the age of agentic AI, right? So I think that's great. We've been at it for 40 minutes. Any other thoughts? Any nuggets about this? Hey, I have a curiosity, right? Don't assume security. Protect your data. Make sure your data is reliable, it's governable, it's trusted. Enable security, right? Don't be a sitting duck. Yeah. Be a movable target. Think differently. You can't assume that what you've done. Obviously, we've proven, right? The sky may not be falling, but hey, you better do something to have a secure ground to build your stack. If you're stacking layers after layers of AI infra, if you're not thinking security, I think you're stacking vulnerabilities.
Yeah. I think that if to summarize from my point of view, it's a joint effort. It's no longer the CISO is security, the chief data officer is business value, the chief governance officer is making sure we won't get a fine.
Yes.
It's no longer that. They need to work together. The vendors need to join together in order to deliver security as part of the process. The chief data officer needs to make sure that security is part of the process. Yep. And we see even that trend when you see committees. It's no longer a security vendor selling to a security representative. Yep. It's a committee from the customer side that talk about all the layers and looking for a single solution to cover both the business need and the security needs and the governance needs all in one. And that's, I think, the trend.
It's great. Well, folks, we're at AI Infra, where we're trying to have the different layers talk to each other. This is fascinating. And to go to my good friend, Bill, we were talking about this, and he says, look, AI is helping us zoom right. And we're talking about, in the days that AI helps you zoom right, you need to shift left. And we just talk about protection. So shift left while AI zooms right. Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. Awesome. Thank you.
Count us down like 5, 4, 3.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are delighted to be here today and to talk to you about your stakeholders and ways that they are probably considering how they think about your products based upon stakeholders within their organizations that have outsized influence rather, and how they think about your products and services, both now and in the future. And so I am delighted to be here today. I'm Luann Connor, the founder of Sagacious Think, an advisory firm that helps growth stage startups on their transformation from global expansion to operations optimization and preparing for exits. And I also, as part of that, work with companies around corporate governance. And that includes working with the C-level teams within the companies as well as the boards. And I am delighted to be here today with Svetlana Kamyshinskaya, who is the founder of Prim & Law Group and is a seasoned startup advisor with deep expertise in AI regulations, intellectual property, and scaling AI-driven businesses. She provides strategic legal counsel, guiding AI startup founders in making informed decisions. I'm equally excited to have Ben Room on the panel here with me today, who is a co-founder and consultant at Ethical Resolve, a consultancy that specializes in the ethics of AI and machine learning. Ethical Resolve has helped large companies, startups, investors, and educational organizations. Ben and his partner help his clients implement governance practices that scale as AI transformation progresses. So we're going to focus on companies and their adoption of AI, which, as you know, is all over the map, and especially when you take it from an international perspective. But what can get overlooked with all the focus on AI use cases, cost savings, the latest valuation of AI companies, is how your target companies are looking at AI and how that may be evolving. And within those organizations are specifically critical stakeholders, and that includes the board of directors and departments such as legal and compliance. And before we continue, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. So I'm just going to go through a couple of definitions here. One is corporate governance. And so when I say corporate governance, most times people will respond with board of directors. And for the purposes of that conversation, that is absolutely correct. And corporate governance is looking at how to make sure that a company is operating as optimally and as ethically as possible. AI ethics are the principles and standards that guide the development and use of AI to ensure that it is safe, fair, transparent, accountable, and beneficial. So with that, we'll start with corporate governance. Boards of directors have an incredible amount on their plates, from risk to corporate culture. And now we're layering in AI and all the implications that that brings. And so that includes focus on areas like product, supply chain, HR, the list goes on. And then you've got to layer on top of that or pile on the threats involved, such as geopolitics, tariffs, business resiliency. So these individuals have a lot to consider. On top of all of that, there is a personal risk involved for these board directors with respect to AI. For example, in the US, pension funds are now targeting directors over AI oversight failings across the political spectrum, from California to Florida. Some, such as these funds, believe that AI risk management is underdeveloped, especially when compared to the hype, investment, and adoption of AI technology, and that is a worry to these stakeholders. And aside from risks, boards are focused on how do we ensure that this technology marries with the organization's core purpose and values? How do we align the use of AI with the company's strategy? And where should we invest and prioritize our efforts? AI is going to change our 5-year forecast. It just is. So how do we ensure that our strategy accommodates these changes? And so that's just the tip of the iceberg from a corporate governance perspective. So Svetlana and Ben, from where you're sitting and with who you're working with, you've got your own purviews or perspective, and specifically Svetlana, you just got back from spending a lot of time in Europe, so I'd be really interested to hear your perspective.
Thank you. Sure. Just before this panel, I attended the panel on the main stage, and they discussed global perspective on AI and from investor standpoint. And taking my experience in Europe and what I've heard, I kind of want to bring that mix of opinions. So some investors believe that we are still at the era when we build the global companies and it's just so convenient and the business model works well. That's why we're still looking at the companies like Google, Apple, like on a global scale, because it just works and it brings profit. And other investors said, oh no, it's not going to work because we have political issues, political risks, infrastructures on a different level in different countries, and we have different regulations. And on top of that, like, I'm more inclined to be with that second person, so I don't see us building global companies because it just makes financial sense, because there are so many other components and considerations in place that we cannot just ignore. And on top of that, I want to say, yes, I spent a lot of time in Europe, like I've been a month in Europe, and I spoke with different investors and companies, and it looks like there's so much behind in Europe. So now we are saying, and you just said, Loan, AI is everywhere, it is changing our life. So one of the questions I received in Germany, oh, when AI is going to come and be commercialized? So, and I was kind of really like, I feel like it's around, here. You know?
Right.
And I don't know, probably a lot of people know, Europe adopted a new AI Act last year, which really imposed a lot of restrictions.
Right.
And now European market was conservative. It became more difficult to penetrate because of the regulations. It became more difficult to penetrate for foreign companies, and we know the story about Facebook that was on hold for 6 months. So Europe is kind of very different right now in terms of AI development compared to the US. And to support that point, recently, a couple of days ago, I was talking to my client who is about to launch an AI product, and I said, what market are you planning to go to? And he said, oh, only US, God forbid I go to Europe. So basically, early stage companies right now don't see, they don't want to go there because it's difficult, market is not that active, and it's hard to penetrate. So basically, from that perspective, getting to your point, what are the trends and what are we looking at? So first, we are looking at different markets, and I didn't even get to Asia, right, which is completely different animal in that respect. So yeah, all of that affects the market, affects the consumers. What we see here, being in the AI summit, is very different from what people in Germany see or people in Asia, like Singapore or China, see, right? So that they have significantly more advanced level of technology in many aspects. Yeah. So.
And then you were also, I think, kind of interested when we had the pre-call around the GDPR, kind of like the equation around that.
So GDPR, it was also part of the discussion on the main stage. So a few years ago, we had the GDPR conversations when Europe adopted the privacy law that was very rigid for that time, and a lot of experts said, oh, it's almost impossible to follow. And after that, the US followed that example, and basically now GDPR is kind of a golden standard for privacy and security regulation. And getting back to AI Act that the European Union enacted last year, I was initially thinking that it's going to be pretty much the same as the story with GDPR. One of my associates who is here, she went to London and spent summer in London to study that AI Act so we can implement for our clients. But the new administration came and said we want to be first. And basically, at this point of time, I don't see that we're going to follow we're going to follow the example of the European Union. I think we're going to do something pretty much opposite to that. So that's why I don't think the GDPR story is applicable to AI regulation these days. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting discussion, and I love that you brought it up because I was working with a lot of the large tech companies when they were in the sort of throes of implementing the responses that they needed to make in order to become GDPR compliant. All these companies, global companies, ones that were heavily invested and functioning well in all countries, including all these European countries. And so they had to get compliant with GDPR, and a lot of them sort of hit the snooze button, even though the EU was saying like, look, here's the date, GDPR is going to take effect, and everybody was like, let's not worry about it. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, we have to worry about this. And it ended up costing these companies a lot of money to have to do it on a very short timeline, which is a big deal. And so I really thought like, okay, this is a perfect analogy, and I love that you sort of came into our previous meeting and like shattered my illusions around this, right? Like that really GDPR is going to be a lot different. Like our kind of cultural commitments around the way we want to be using AI in the United States are going to be different from what our expectations are around what the expectations are in the European context. And so, right, we see a lot of differences around how European users expect to have their data protected, right? They have a lot more sincere commitments to privacy, right? Yeah. Whereas I think in the United States, it's kind of like this almost expectation that like, okay, once we give our data to a social media company or something, like they're going to use it however they want. Yeah, right. And so I think what was great about that is that the EU was able to sort of take the lead on a higher level of privacy expectation. And what I'm hearing from you, and this comment really resonates, is that there is going to be such a high level of expectation around AI regulation in Europe. It's going to limit what sorts of systems will actually fly there, like what are going to be actually allowed to be adopted based on Europeans' cultural expectations around privacy, right? Now, there's some interesting things that happened with the new White House executive order on AI, because frankly, when the Trump administration came in, they basically just removed the Biden administration statement, right? The Biden administration was working on a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights and this executive order. Well, when that came down, I didn't expect to see another peep about this, right? It's like basically kind of, we just don't care about AI regulation. Well, then they recently published a new White House executive order, and there's a lot of similarities between it and the Biden White House executive order, but they added the phrase like, innovation first, like, right, we want to be leaders in AI innovation. And so it was like they sort of added several lines about how they want to make sure that whatever regulation we do implement in this country doesn't stifle innovation and ultimately our competitiveness with other nations that are building AI tools. That said, they did put quite a bit of emphasis on the idea of a high impact system. And in the EU AI Act, they talk a lot about high risk systems and the idea that there's going to be a higher expectation for governance around these systems. So that was an interesting piece. And then they did also say in the White House executive order that they were going to expect that there be governance practices that were structured around some of these high impact systems. So they are going to still ultimately want to see a paper trail, particularly for what high impact systems are, and how exactly we define that I think is not totally clear, but any systems that are using personally identifiable information, we have to be really critically careful about that. And anything where there could be a serious impact around fairness, and that's kind of come to mean a new thing under this administration. Right. But I think the idea is that we are still going to need to be measuring models for fairness of impact or equality of impact. And so that's a thing that we have to be thinking about carefully in this new world.
So would it be fair to say that the high impact areas would be like maybe finance, like loans, those sorts of things, healthcare, say?
I was going to say, I think any area where there's protected information, so HIPAA information, FERPA information for federal student records is going to be really important as well. So any area where we already have special laws around sensitive data, right? Employment records are going to be critically important here. So I think a lot of the tools that are being used by HR teams are also going to be something that we have to be very aware of. And that's already reflected in the NYC law around AI tools in hiring.
Got it. No, those are great points, the two of you. So switching back to the corporate governance side, a big concern from boards is really that they don't have the knowledge or insights to fully understand the risk of AI and what's involved. That said, they're also a very natural fear of missing out. Like we're going to miss out on the opportunities, we're going to miss out on all the benefits that AI can deliver. So good forward-looking boards are really seeing how ways that they can, one, identify the opportunities and then work with the management team to determine the trustworthiness of what's going to be implemented. So with that kind of forward view in mind and looking ahead, what do you see in terms of how AI is going to be adopted, or maybe changes that will come up as AI becomes more widely adopted and moves from generative AI to agentic or autonomous AI? Are there anything that you can see or maybe have identified with companies that are, say, further along in the adoption curve?
Yeah, I think the key thing that differentiates more mature companies from earlier stage companies is around their governance capacity. So I often describe, and this is an insight from my co-founder Jake Metcalf, that AI trustworthiness is about culture and capacity, right? Culture is our values commitments. What have we done to actually say, like, here's the reality that we want to create with our technology? And then capacity is about the practices that we implement in order to realize our values commitments. So I think every company needs to be clear about what their values commitments are. That's like step one for every organization. What kind of tools are we building? What do we want to see, and what are our values as we deploy these tools and understand more about how they're going to impact our stakeholders? The capacity piece is really where we start to engage in governance. What sorts of review processes, what sorts of measurement and tracking processes are we engaging in to ensure that we have full and complete oversight over our AI tools, to ensure that we can identify risks before they become harms, right? There's a phase between when we build a new AI product or we deploy a new model and when that actually starts to impact users. And so we always want to make sure before we deploy that we've engaged in the proper risk spotting practices in order to avoid those before they become harms.
And I would imagine that equally to have mechanisms in place if something's spotted that, there's a slippage or an adjustment there.
Exactly. I mean, often once you identify a risk, it's pretty easy to mitigate it, right? Like you tell your engineering team, here we have a risk of a negative impact based on the types of data that's being used. And so now we need to go and restructure the algorithm, right? Restructure the model. We need to either change the algorithm or its outputs, or we need to change the training data in order to make sure that we have more effective, diverse impacts.
Okay, and then Ben, you had also, when we were talking, provided a case study with the company Mednition.
Oh yeah, right.
Did you want to share that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Mednition is a company I've been very impressed to be able to interview their founder, Christian Riley. And so what I learned from them is basically they have generated so much ROI from their responsible AI activities, right? What they've done is they have a team of 10 clinicians. The company builds in, among other things, sepsis models for hospital sepsis prediction models to determine whether or not a patient has sepsis, which is, I think, the number 1 or 2 most serious risk of death in hospitals, right? So being able to predict when someone has sepsis is incredibly valuable for lowering the death rate inside your hospital. Obviously, we want to do that, right? So Mednition has deployed this model called Kate Sepsis. They recently got breakthrough device designation from the FDA, which is a big deal, right? The FDA has said this is one of the most effective tools for predicting sepsis of any that are on the market.
Wow.
And so they have put so much investment into their responsible AI practices, and it's ultimately led to a model that actually works better than its competitors. How did they do this? Well, they have a team of 10 clinicians on their team, and every time they go to deploy this new iteration of the sepsis model, every one of these clinicians is able to weigh in, look at the new training data or the new model features that have gone into training the model, and each one of them has an individual veto. So if they say that they're uncomfortable with the functioning of this model for whatever reason, Mednition will not deploy that model. And basically they engage in a really careful conversation about ensuring that the impacts of these models are as positive as possible and that they're as accurate as possible, right? And so then also they understand the needs of their clients better, right? The people who are actually working in hospitals with these models, the clinicians and the caregivers, they understand their needs better because they're talking to these clinicians all the time. And so what this has meant is ultimately a better model that more people are adopting, they're getting better user retention, and ultimately reduced user churn because they have put so much effort into making this model the best it can be.
That's fantastic. And Svetlana, your perspective here, equally, I'm sure.
I like this example. So basically, this is a good example when founders invested money into building an ethical product from the get-go, thinking about the future, and it brings trust of the clients, potential customers, and it makes it very easy for investors to invest into this product. I see different examples on both ends, implementation of AI in companies as well as development. Unfortunately, the way the market is built right now, basically founders need to deploy the product first, start generating the revenue, and if there is a product market fit, then they start thinking about how it impacts. And usually it doesn't happen at early stage, it's not pre-seed, the seed round, we get into round A. And what it means is that by that time, they have product, they have algorithm and data set, and it's not necessarily the case that you can change that easily, or it may be very expensive to change. So that's why we are advising our clients in terms of AI development and AI maturity to think kind of backwards, right? So what is going to happen if there is a product market fit? What kind of issues you're going to face? You're going to definitely explain your customers, your values, what kind of data you use, who owns the product, right? So how do you manage all that? And that will attract your clients as well as investors. So if you don't think about that from the get-go, it can be very easy or even detrimental for the company. That's in terms of development. And of course, like startup that develops has to have a lot of internal policies in order to protect the company. On the deployment and adoption of AI side, I think we face, and it's more to you, Luann, corporate, like board, doesn't know a lot. Right. There is not enough information. Again, like if the board is in Silicon Valley, it's one story. If we're talking about another part of even US, it's a different story, different level of awareness of risks and exposure. And what I hear from different vendors that help companies to adopt AI now, companies want to automate and make efficient process without understanding what exactly it takes. Right. They don't understand that it's not necessarily just building the feature, but implementation and dealing with company and culture. So all of those parts are not taken into consideration when the board make initial decision about the deployment of some kind of feature or product, etc. So there is a lot of work to be done in this field, and I think the first part is really education and understanding that whatever you do, you have to kind of think from the perspective of yourself 2 years later at least, and kind of try to think backwards.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, those are some great points. And I think kind of going back to what you said about education, I think it's one of the critical concerns for not only for the boards and for the companies. Deloitte just came out with a survey for private companies, and they said the top three risks that they saw are challenges that they had was one was identifying AI use cases, followed by training and upskilling for their employees, and then the third one was ensuring that their boards had the training that they need to do the proper governance. So it's definitely top of mind for many, many people. With that, I would just point out, kind of looking ahead in the future with respect to corporate governance, that even the AI is going to change the way that boards run their work, with AI coming directly into the boardroom. And so historically, the way it's been done now is a lot of this information is very asymmetrical. It's coming from management. And so it's delivered from the management team to the board director, and so it's coming in one-sided. Going forward, they're going to have access to information from all sides. So not only I think the volume is going to increase, but the frequency in which they get the information is going to be increased as opposed to those quarterly or however the frequency is of the board meetings. And so that's going to change. And additionally, I'm going to say it's going to be a bit of a head swivel. So it's going to go from looking at very reactive, all the information from the past, to being much more predictive and being able to really take in trend analysis, which I think will just uplift the output and the quality of the outcomes with the board working collaboratively with the management team there. So I think that's, to me, is what I see going ahead really from a board working perspective, at least in the near term. Do you two have any other thoughts or ideas with what you see from where your purview is that maybe we haven't touched on that you would like to raise now?
Sure. So with respect to the board question, I think you're right that there's going to be a lot more access to real-time insight when it comes to the functioning of an AI company's model. We're starting to see a lot of tools that make it easier to monitor the performance of an AI model in real time. And so now if a board wants to be able to have real-time oversight around the functioning of their team's models, right? I mean, I know no board wants to be too invasive, but at the same time, we really want to have that capacity for sort of almost real-time guidance when it comes to these things, and being able to provide insight and have board members be able to see a dashboard that like really looks at the model performance in real time, I think is going to be a very powerful tool for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say a few words for startups that develop AI technology, right? So there are layers that they have to tackle, and we have to start from geopolitical level probably, because we cannot separate technology development from politics these days. So depending what target, what is a target market and what are they developing, if it's strategic technology, what kind of data set they want to manage, they have to cover that first. Then it comes to ethics and thinking through the process, like how that should be addressed, because that eventually brings you investors and customers.
Exactly.
And then going into the lower level of like policies, procedures, and protecting of your intellectual property. If you start from low level, it can be very difficult to change something like on a higher level. And that's what I mentioned before, so you have to really go up.
Like Maslow's hierarchy.
Yeah.
So if you start as a
it's
lot,
like a reverse, you know?
Absolutely.
You have to survive first, yes. But to survive, you have to understand if you can bring this product to the market.
Right. Well, and it's like, I think that's such a good insight, right? That it's like we want to build a foundation for growth, but we want to build a foundation for sustainable growth.
Yes.
Right? If we end up building a product that is problematic in some way, or we structure our business model in a way that's not sustainable, we can end up having to put millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars into that pivot down the line, right? We've acquired a whole bunch of different users, and now we find out there's some sort of responsible AI or ethical concern that is emergent within our product or business model. Those pivots can be devastatingly expensive.
Well, I would just add that I think one of the big risks that we haven't really talked about was around reputation. So if you don't factor that in, then it's game over. It doesn't matter once you've ruined the reputation. I think that's a concern with a lot of customers.
Yeah, reputational risk is existential risk.
Absolutely. Well, thank you two both so much for taking the time to talk with us today. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Luann. It was great. Great to talk to you, and great insights from you, Svetlana. Thanks.
All right, so hey guys, so I have Sanjeev here, and then Jordan. We're here at the AI INFRA conference, the summit, taking a look at what's going on. You guys are with INFRA. Jordan, tell me a little bit about what INFRA is. What do you guys got going on?
Yeah, so INFRA's main focus is build, design, and fund, and pre-lease data centers. So all things data center, designing, building the infrastructure for high-density deployments, AI high-density deployments. The demand in the market, we all know, is very large. We know where the market's headed, but there's a lot of data center companies that struggle with doing the same type of build and design as what's been. So we are focused on not only partnering with asset owners, landowners, existing facility owners on the financial side, but also on the build design side. So we're open to, and Sanjeev will talk more about this in a little bit, we're open to joint ventures, joint development strategies with asset owners to create high value conversations around new age data centers for high density and where the market's headed.
Yeah, so high density data centers, we're talking power, we're talking how that gets to upstream, downstream, where that goes. How does the go-to-market look there? Like how fast can you get these spun up?
That's a good question. So I think that's one of the biggest hurdles in the market, right? The power equipment, the switchgear, everything that goes into building power deliverables to a powered shell, that can be a very long waiting period. So right now on average it's 12 to 18 months that a lot of people are waiting on their power equipment. And then obviously conversations with the utility makes that a lot longer. So our goal is expediting that process. So we have exclusive rights to partnerships across the globe that they've cut that time down in half. And then we have very unique offerings around generators and power equipment that is off-grid power supply for microgrids. And so when we're looking at what we're offering, time to market is the biggest value in that. It's not only the efficiency of the generators and the power switchgear, but it's the amount of time we can get that to the customer.
Yeah, so the modularity, like where that's going, how to get it in, how to get it out, scale it up, right? So maybe we go to Sanjeev, like what kind of technologies, like what kind of power are you bringing in? What does that look like on that side?
Yeah, so we have several solutions for power, and they're all, let me just touch up on the financial piece a second, because everything we do has to do with how do we get the multiples right, so that the time to revenue is as compressed as possible, and we want to have a build a track record there. But as to your question about the types of power, we work with some specialized folks who have done gas turbines that runs off of natural gas. We also have new technology that takes into account the methane, which is CH4, then breaks it up into carbon nanoparticles that can be used for graphene, as well as hydrogen, which can be put into a fuel cell. And as you know, hydrogen, if you use it, you basically get water out of it. That water is actually usable in applications as well. It can be used to cool the entire infrastructure too. So we have ways to lower the cost of cooling equipment, not be carbon neutral or carbon negative, as well as generate carbon credits as well. So all these paths, we have a slew of them. We also have 3 nuclear solutions, SMRs, small modular reactors, to deploy all over the market. And we're not only solving our supply chain, we're solving our vendors' supply chain as well, because it doesn't matter who is stuck where. Some of these require critical minerals that the United States has little of. They have to import it from other places. We're talking at the top levels of government to make sure that this can open up.
So top level of government, very modular systems. You can kind of handle the power at any level. Is kind of what I hear. Back to the modularity and then the speed of now, which is 100% where AI is going. Like how fast can we move? We're not moving fast enough. That's the market share side. So, on the government side, we're hearing a lot about, Project Stargate was it was announced about it, but you mentioned government, and then you're talking, United States. So with sovereign AI or AI sovereignty, as these first world countries and global countries come together and say, we're going to do AI, we're going to do it in-house, it's going to have our culture, all our understanding, our like best interest or whatnot, if we're focusing on the United States, what does that look like for you guys?
Yes, so I'll jump in real quick. Yeah, I think a lot of the land that we're working with, our qualifications is what's available, what natural resources are available, right? For microgrids, power delivery. We're uniquely positioned in the United States, which I think a lot of us know, and we should be proud of it, for what we can do in the data center realm. And so if we're not tapping into that, I think we have some creative ways that we do that at INFRA. We have really unique relationships with drilling companies using flare gas and waste gas to generate tons of power. And so when I say tons of power, I'm from Texas, I live in Dallas, and there is a lot of flare gas. And so we're working with organizations to monetize that so that we can transmit that power to ourselves or the utility. That's one way of doing it in the United States, which I believe we need to tap into that. And so we're processing and doing due diligence on every lot of land that we're looking at in that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart, right? So INFRA, what I'm hearing is INFRA is not only building power, not only building modular, scalable power, it's building power with the whole end-to-end in sight. It's saying, do you need it? We got it. What comes out of that? What is the waste product of that? How do we drive that? Going back to, I mean, I know we just mentioned it, but like carbon nanotubes and graphene and those kind of things, that is a byproduct, but you're able to use that scientifically for all kinds of things. You want to talk about kind of like that looks like?
Yeah, so a little bit focused on the carbon nanoparticles that come out. It's a simple commodity that if you want to sell on the commodity market, it fetches like over $50 per kilogram. It's a high-end commodity. So we have an off-taker for that. But in addition, and so what they might do or what we might do in turn is to create single-layer filters for water. So you use it for water desalination. You could use it for separating gases. For example, one of the common use cases as natural gas comes out, it's called sour gas, which means there are certain impurities in it. And so to separate out from the CH4 with other butane and propane and other things that come out of it, versus things that we don't want, like NOx, things that
noxious
produce NOx.
Fumes, right?
Yeah, so we don't want that. So you can use a system that's based on graphene to separate out these elements there. And I'd be remiss to say that we also have other solutions where we can take the water that's being produced in wastewater, in fact.
Filter that, I mean.
Yeah, and then use that to produce water to cool, but then also after that cooling, if there's excess, which we expect that to be, to supply to the local water system, like irrigation and such.
Yeah, I mean, that's the future, right? Like fresh water, where's it going? I mean, the sewage in general, like that whole side has never been disrupted. It's never been changed really over time. We've added some farming capabilities with fish and stuff like that. It's really interesting to hear that, again, like INFRA, a power company that's generating power all over the United States, building these things up is really driving not only the beginning but the end, and really like making money off of waste that comes out of it, right? So then, so one question would be, is that what green technology looks like now? Like, are you kind of, I've talked to many different companies and nobody's looking at the end-to-end. And when they do, they look at a certain style of end-to-end, but not the full end style. So are you kind of redefining what green technology is?
Right, so I want to use the word green carefully here because there's different meanings of that. What we'll say is that the most practical solution out there is what we care about, because we don't want to go, we don't expect tax subsidies, we don't want that. That's not great for the taxpayer at all. So we want to be, we want to stand on our own 2 feet and be able to make a profitable business by using the methods like I described. So that's our goal, and this goes for nuclear, this goes for even, so data centers, as you may know, have like a negative connotation in the social space.
Yeah,
like,
the heat and fans and
all they do is come and take up our resources. They don't give anything back to the system, so to the society or the local government there, or local places. So there could be solutions where we produce something of value to the local community, the state, as well as the national government.
Well, I mean, there's even the fact of like smart cities. I think we talked a little bit about that, earlier. But like in general, the HVAC systems. How do you leverage the heat from these systems? How do you then clean the water of those same systems? You need everything on site. You don't need things that are way off site driving that. causing more inflection, causing more inflammation into the system, you're leveraging that as well.
Yeah, we want to be as self-sustained as possible.
That's fantastic.
And I think we may have talked about superconductors as well, and that allows for better, lower cost of cooling, lower cost of transformers, like all of that gets reduced. So I think there's lots of opportunities for data centers to kind of rebrand themselves as being sustainable in the truest sense.
Yeah, I mean that's the thermodynamics at a whole. Like you're solving for the fact that it's understood. You're going to create this. You're going to drive it forward. So yeah, so time to market is faster. You're leveraging, United States assets, building that out. You're doing it, not looking for I mentioned green, but not looking for like those subsidies, but just like that's how people understand it. They go, how are we being carbon neutral? How are we doing this? I mean, maybe a lot of other things that people look at in the business side is they think that coal power is dirty and bad. And Jordan, I think you've explained it's not anymore. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, there's technology now where you're burning the waste back on the coal through the process. And so what used to be waste now is increasing the burn rate of that coal. So it's actually very efficient, and we're getting more power out of it. So the good thing about where we are in the market is people are getting really innovative, and it's affecting the way the industry is going to be today, but also 10 years down the road. And what we have in our portfolio of offerings to our customers, not only that are in our facilities, but also who we're building for, is those questions, right? Well, a lot of the land we have may have access to coal. And people are
it's like right there.
Yeah, in the beginning they're like, whoa, hold on. Yeah. But once we explain the technology and what we have, no matter what state you're talking about, no matter what location you're talking about, both sides can get on board with what we have to offer, which we're excited about. And we've seen both sides, their eyebrows raised when we actually explain the nuts and bolts of the efficiencies here.
The theory and practice, and say, hey, like you win, you win, you win, why don't we go do this together? And it's good for everybody all around, and it's good for the country, it's good for everything else, and so that's fantastic.
Texas meets California.
Kind of, right? I mean, in general, Texas has that mindset of like, let's bring it together. Your neighbor
meets California.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm originally from Texas too, so hey, it works out.
There we go.
You're both now.
Yeah. So, so anything else that you want to share? Coming here and seeing all the different infrastructure coming together, I think that's super smart here. But InfraCore, how are you leveraging that aspect of like maybe like this event or anything else you want to share about what InfraCore does, or like a use case or something that's just like, man, we see this all the time. What does this look like?
Yeah, we work with multiple kinds of stakeholders in InfraCore. We have landowners, we have mineral rights owners, we have people who have capital who want to deploy to the data center space without really help us out, right?
Yeah.
And then we have obviously the big players in this room. So we have different kinds of relationships with each of them. Each of them are value additive, and we carefully track that. Yeah. So for example, we have at least 20 projects. We can't name names just yet, but they're all about 1 gigawatt or more in the United States, and we have various sources of funding for that. So just want to spread the word out to see if people are interested in partnering with us. And yeah, do you want to add anything?
No, I think you hit it. A lot of people want to get into the industry.
Right.
They see the hype. We're, as Sanjeev's saying, we show a lot of flexibility in how to partner with companies. We have a opportunity we're working on right now where somebody's just contributing the asset as the land. And that's our JV, that's our joint development, and that's all they're investing. So if there is landowners out there that want to get in the industry, we have the funding, we have the know-how, we have the construction, we have the unique power deliverables, and we can go to market together.
And the phased revenue as well.
That's right.
Bitcoin mining to get revenue in the first 6 months, and then in parallel we'll also build out the infrastructure and the data center itself so our goal is to get the entire thing to market, the full data center or the first phase of it in like 12 to 15 months. Fingers crossed there. But the Bitcoin mining piece is a truly tested ecosystem, so we know how to do that.
It is. So cool. So how do people, you're looking for partners, looking to drive this through, working with landowners. How do people get a hold of InfraCore?
So they're infracore.ai. They can go there. There's an opportunity sheet they can fill out to get a meeting with us. And then we obviously have all our emails. So I'm Jordan at infracore.ai, Sanjeev at infracore.ai, and we're readily available to have these conversations with you.
Cool. Well, fantastic. Thanks for meeting me today, and fantastic learning about InfraCore. So, Sanjeev, Jordan, appreciate it.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Want me to ask? All right, so hey, in live, so good to meet you. We're here at the AI Infrastructure Conference here in Mountain View, and it's really good to meet you here, have you talk with me today. You're with Productive AI, right? So tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so Productive.ai enhances cell phone calls with AI to automate your work as you talk. So for example, it's a note taker. It extracts action items from your conversations, updates your calendar automatically, drafts follow-up emails. And if you have a CRM like most businesses do, everything just shows up there so you don't have to do any manual data entry.
Interesting. All right, so are you grounding on an individual basis? Is it by device? How does that work? How do you ground towards that user, that use case?
Yeah, so it's designed for mobile professionals. Okay. About half of the workforce that doesn't just sit in front of a conference call screen all day.
Right.
Real estate, sales, hospitality, transportation, insurance, mortgage, you name it. Okay. It's about 100 million people in the US alone, and of course much bigger outside.
It's the knowledge worker nomad, right?
You got that.
The active person, they're like, I'm going to go surf today, I'm going to handle my stuff, or maybe my productive AI is going to help me do that, right? So
Absolutely.
So other than touching those areas with the apps and kind of building that interchange of data and systems and helping you guide the user to this, how does that, what's the day-to-day look like? How much time are they saving?
100%. So it saves you about an hour a day. So our users on average save about 5 hours a week. The key here is that this is on really the last surface that doesn't have any automation. So you have note takers for your conference calls, you're seeing a lot of the in-person note takers, and where AI is not meeting today is your cell phone call. So it works on all your devices, across your carriers, so anybody that has a cell phone can now add AI and automate their work.
Right, so it doesn't matter if you have Verizon or AT&T, is it installed on the actual device then?
Yes, so today it's an over-the-top solution, so you can just download it from the App Store, and the most important part is you don't have to change your phone number.
Oh, good.
Everybody else makes you get a second phone number.
Right, or a Google Voice or something, you have to have some kind of way, because that's the layer, right?
You've got it absolutely right.
That's fantastic. So, so that's the personal side. How do you build that into enterprise?
Absolutely. So for an enterprise, the lifeblood of any company is data. And today, the companies are blind for the segment of their workforce that's using the phone. So we really fill that gap. So the organization has all that data to get insights, to automate the work so the workers are more efficient. And the goal is, by the end of their phone calls, all their work is done. So you literally have sales reps that don't have to spend an hour or hours a week just updating their CRM.
Okay, that's cool. So it handles HubSpot, that handles Salesforce.
20 CRMs.
Right,
Salesforce,
so
you name it,
you're digging into that. Okay,
yes, that's correct.
That's interesting. So how about when companies have their MDM solutions and they're already in play, do you work with those too? Do you have API calls or workarounds, or how does that work?
Yes, so today it's an over-the-top solution, but we're working with mobile operators.
Okay.
So ultimately you'll be able to go to your mobile operator, ask for the AI productivity add-on, and it's on your phone.
All right. What's the biggest use case that your team is seeing and that you're fielding in the market?
Yeah, so the biggest one to start is just remembering details.
Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine someone who's mobile, they're driving, and they get a phone call, and they don't want to wait because this potential lead might be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Okay. So they take the call, they either have to pull over today or they just keep going and hope they remember everything, and a lot of times they don't. The second use case we're seeing is compliance. And so on the industries that require you to have a record of every conversation, it's great when you're sitting in front of a phone in the office that has that functionality, but the minute you're using a cell phone, there isn't that functionality, you're out of compliance. The third use case we're seeing is really CYA, is when you have an agreement on the phone and somebody said, you never told me that, and you had to by law tell them that.
And that's there,
this
right?
This is the only way you're able to protect yourself.
That's interesting. There is a lot more of that happening, right? Companies are bound by these SLAs. They're bound by these these items that they have to deliver on, and when they do that, they say, did you say these things? Did you follow the script, right?
You're absolutely right.
And so you're basically doing that. You're saying, hey, we're showcasing that script, these words were said, these actions were taken. That's fantastic, right? Because that's a really big pain point that either people don't know about it, or the people that do know about it go, that's exactly what I need.
And for the very first time, exactly what you're saying, for the very first time, that data is available for the AI to analyze and say, hey, you should call them back because you forgot to tell them this.
Yeah.
And you can imagine a world where the AI actually whispers in your ear, like a coach that says, hey, don't forget to tell them this.
Yeah, don't forget to ask them their last name or get their phone number.
That's right.
Or
because you were supposed to ask them 10 questions and you only asked 8 of the 10.
Right, or maybe you didn't have time because you have back-to-back meetings and your CRM, you don't have time to look at it, but it says, oh, did you forget? Or hey, last time they talked to this person, the win, or the really like, don't forget like their birthday's on tomorrow or something like nebulous, but yet still driven to kind of get that sale or to get that understanding.
You got it. It's all about the relationship today.
That's great.
And if you can't remember the person you spoke to 6 months ago, let's face it, you don't. And imagine when somebody calls, the AI can actually show you the past history of the conversations you had with them from the start of time.
So it's kind of like your own personal CRM.
You got it.
That ties into your actual CRM, so everybody gets the data that they need to be successful.
That's right. So all the work assistants today that you might be seeing, the AI assistants today, they're doing a lot of personal things. Right. And what we're really building here is the ability to have a work assistant that can truly be able to do the things it does because of the data it has.
Okay. I would almost say it can truly be productive AI, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what we're all driving for. We're driving like, how are we productive? How do I showcase that? How do I do that with safety in mind? How do I do that with security? And how do I drive that forward to where not only I am enabled, but the business is enabled? So together there's empowerment, right? There's empowerment, enablement, engagement. So, okay, so in general, how do people know more about productive AI? How do they get to know you, what you can do besides downloading it? Like, what's like step 1 through 5?
Yeah, so website is productive.ai. And the product is, of course, available to try. It's an over-the-top product today, but keep a lookout for much more integrated solutions with a cell phone call, and feel free to reach out on LinkedIn, and happy to connect.
Yeah, I mean, just the last part is like, it sounds great. You're probably building so many other things coming up. So if you could share, like, what's something that you're building towards or integrating in that maybe people don't realize when they actually just download the app?
Yeah, so I would say that the most exciting thing that we're working on is really true integration. So we're working with our partners, and mobile operators to make this happen. So you can expect just a really, really seamless experience coming up.
That's great. Well, I mean, INFRA, it's fantastic talking to you. Productive
Thank you for
AI
having me.
Sounds very productive. We'll have to check it out. But I appreciate being at the AI Infrastructure Conference, and great talking to you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks. There we go. Hey, we're here at AI INFRA. It's the summit here in Mountain View. It's meeting a lot of great companies. So here with Weka, also NVIDIA. So Shimon, you're with Weka, Neve, NVIDIA. But Shimon, explain Weka. Like, what is Weka?
Brilliant. Thanks, Doug. First of all, I want to say that I'm very excited to be here in this conference and to talk about Weka and accelerating workloads at scale and inferencing. So what is Weka? Weka is not just a storage environment. Weka actually accelerate workloads, accelerate inferencing, accelerate training, accelerate multiple stages of AI pipelines, or just accelerated workloads. We're doing that through a combination of technologies that we created. Recently, we actually came out with a reference architecture that actually even looks at up the stacks and solve additional solutions, additional problems for customers.
Yeah, so it's like inferencing, right? So you're doing inferencing. How does the inferencing work? Is it like caching? Like what does that look like on the GPU side?
So I'll explain maybe the problem statement. So we're saying inferencing, but a lot of the organizations that we're working with are challenged, or actually I think even here, looking around today, a lot of the organizations are challenged with what is inferencing, how do I build an AI inferencing environment, what is it composed? Sometimes they understand what Weka does, accelerating data, they understand what outcome they would like to get to, but they don't know how to get to the complete stack. Maybe they have a data scientist, maybe they download like a NIM or an NVIDIA application or something open source, and they played with it a bit, but they don't know how to take that POC, small scale, into full-blown production.
Right.
So one of the things that we did is we created an architecture that we call WARP, which is Weka AI RAG Reference Platform. It's an acronym.
Okay, yeah, say that 3 times fast, but yeah.
This WARP environment that we created, it's actually a blueprint that takes actually all of the learnings that we have from AI customers for the last 10 years. We've been working with AI customers, as we say, before it was cool. So for the last 10 years, we work with inferencing and training environments. So we take all of these learnings at scale, and we created this blueprint that we just hand over to the community for customers to be educated on. For example, I'm now building a GA grade environment. How should it scale? What vector database should it use? How should the vector database be connected to the environment? What indexing should I use? Should I use NVIDIA accelerated indexing or not? Where's the security? And then a key part of the component of WARP is actually the NVIDIA architecture, not just the GPUs and environment or in networking, but also the NIMS environment, where it allows us to deploy the models in a simple fashion, but also the NVIDIA NIMO that allows us to run the vector database, to create the embedding of the data, and to embed it in a fast and efficient manner, actually eventually simplifying the whole solution for customers.
It's interesting. I mean, Warp sounds very interesting. It sounds advanced RAG. It sounds like a lot of things. We'll dig into more, but talking, I mean, NVIDIA's here, right? So Neve, NVIDIA, NIMS, NEMO, right? What is NEMO?
Yeah, I'm going to fold that a bit, right? So we talked about NIMS, microservices.
Yeah.
Right. Basically, what we're trying to do here is to bring all the AI capabilities into the enterprise, right? And that's through models, that's through inferencing, that's through retrieval augmented generation, and so on. So when you think about an enterprise that they want to stand up a generative AI application, they need to think through how do they connect their data? Which models do they use? How do they evaluate? How do they keep their application safe?
Right.
All these need to be tailored to the enterprise that you're focusing on. So what we enable through NEMO microservices is to build these applications in the platform of choice, on-prem, on the cloud, and bring your data into your generative AI application, or the other way around, bring the generative AI application to your data, which is kind of the highlight of the collaboration with Weka. And what we've done is we brought the NVIDIA Inference Microservice, the NIM, with all the state-of-the-art models from the community, from NVIDIA, into the data platform, and connect that data efficiently, extract the most relevant data into your database, store it efficiently in a vector database, and then retrieve that in real time for your generative AI application. So pulling that end-to-end is not a small feat, and that's where blueprints help, Weka, the platform, and the collaboration with the ecosystem.
Right, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting because it's transpiring data, transacting data at a level that is very intricate. It's like the transport layer, right? Like where is it moving? How is it moving? Is it verified data? How are you categorizing that data? Is the NIMS helping to drive that? How is Weka then saving that information, right? And indexing that, kind of routing the information to the right spot to where it's needed to. And I guess, I think like Weka's saving time on GPUs and CPUs. Like what does that look like? Is it 90-something%?
So it's brilliant. So in different stages of the pipeline, there's different saving that Weka provides. So first, by accelerating all of the data to the GPUs are never hungry for data, so they can constantly spin and calculate and create the embeddings, push the embeddings into the database. We also simplify the environment, because when you look at the Weka environment, because of the pure capabilities that the environment has, the high performance, low latency capabilities, many different layers can be obfuscated and be eliminated. For example, when we're running a vector database, we don't need a vector database local NVMEs, it can just be connected to Weka. That same vector database that might have been connected to an external bucket can now be connected to the same bucket on Weka, accessing the same data. So essentially we simplify the environment, and actually more than that, what we're also making sure is that not only that the GPUs are constantly spinning and fed with data, but that they're spinning on the correct thing. So in an AI environment, in an inferencing environment, you would like to decode to actually spit out tokens as much as possible and not constantly recalculate tokens and recalculate KV caches.
Right.
And that's something that we now enable as well with our new Weka AMG, augmented memory grid.
Yeah, because that's the biggest issue. Many, at least on the GPU side and the token side, are talking about. Even I talk about on intelligent automation. I'm like, why are we using tokens when we could use automation in some regards? But if you're able to say these tokens were already used, these have already been defined, we already know what that means, or we already have that concept or understanding. Let's just save that and save the time, save the GPU, save the power. There's massive wins there.
And now the question is, are we doing it in an efficient fashion enough so that it makes sense to do it instead of recalculating them? And the answer is, with Weka, definitely yes. And actually, again, with the partnership with NVIDIA and the projects that they're running, that we're now working together on integrating that.
Right.
Yeah.
So think about these modern applications today that run agents, right? Agents, the latest buzzwords, or even a swarm of agents. How do you make that efficient at scale and also get the value for the enterprise? So it includes knowing your data, that includes being able to remember what you already processed and fetch that efficiently. So there's a hard reliance on data, and then once you have that in the GPU, how do you pull that to the right GPU and inference for the application?
Right.
So bringing that together as a solution is the blueprint.
Right, so on the swarm idea there, like it's handling a lot of tasks. You have thousands of bots, thousands of agents developing these tasks or doing these tasks, but if you save the information, those tasks become not some faster, not a little bit, like they become insanely faster and can be more integral. So you could almost use data as now data, not like seconds or months or weeks.
We can allow that streaming.
Right, that spanning, that stability, like that's fairly intense when you actually break it out, right? So what's the biggest, so like Weka, NVIDIA working together, what does that look like? You're using the NIMs, you're breaking down the data, you're saving time on GPUs, you're enabling and driving the infrastructure side, because the future of NVIDIA is saying, we're not just building systems, we're building like tangible physical AI, right? How does physical AI work with Weka?
Yeah, so what we're really uncovering in this partnership is all the pitfalls of current implementations of RAG and AI, right? We find where we accelerate the GPU work to be more efficient through NIMs, where the storage is the bottleneck, and then through the storage optimization and acceleration, we find new ways to optimize through the GPU. So that partnership is really enriching the full solution and will advance us moving on.
Yeah, and I'll plus one that partnership on our side looks similar, because by using the NVIDIA frameworks, the NIMs, the NIMOs, we get to provide to our customer a very simplified environment that's already, they actually took care of many of the challenges that the customer will face. How do I create a container that contains the model, that contains the correct CUDA, that contains the correct GPU driver? It's already pre-packaged, pre-optimized, and the ability to constantly load, unload it, and accelerate it actually give customers the ability to utilize it at scale. And I think that's the major thing that we need to emphasize. This is not another demo environment that customers build. right? It's how do you productize that? How do you run your thousands or millions of prompts against such an environment? Big difference between an initial POC system than running a production system, and when running it on the joint combination of NVIDIA and Weka, we get massive benefits.
I mean, and you're also validating, right? You're validating the data, you're handling probably model drift that could be happening because you have visibility to that transparency layer.
By allowing to fine tune constantly on the environment, you're actually able to constantly make sure that the model doesn't drift too far. By allowing fast embedding and retrieval through RAG, you're actually also preventing the hallucinations.
That's fantastic. Like, I think that's like a match made in heaven, right? It's like, how are we driving it? Where is it at? Get the visibility, drive the timing, the money down, the GPU and CPU usage, because as we see power increasing and everybody's saying, well, we don't have enough power, we don't have enough this, we don't have enough of that. Well, let's just do it more efficiently. And let's do it with transparency. And let's do it with partners that are also driving that physical layer and saying, how do we do it better? And then selling that to customers because they go, well, that's a good partnership, they get it. I want to partner with them too. So how do people learn more about Weka and how do they get a hold of you, and what is your best use case? Like, this is why you come talk to Weka.
So I would say that any accelerated workload should use Weka. And again, Weka is not pointed towards all of the markets out there. Weka is very specifically pointed towards accelerated market, GPU acceleration, which is most of the time AI, but not always AI, and then definitely AI. That's where customers should talk with us, because that's where they see all of the benefit. And the benefit, by the way, just to emphasize, it's not like we're 5%, 20% accelerating customer workloads. Imagine your inferencing running 20, 40, 60 times faster, right? That's the value that we're showing the customers. They should also contact us, because now with this additional integration that we're doing around Warp and around AMG, the augmented memory grid, we help customers that don't just have the storage challenge, but as they go up the stack and they're actually exploring how to create an inference environment.
Yeah, I think Sam Altman should reach out to you, because he was complaining about everybody saying thank you too much to the AI systems. That's not really an issue with Weka. You just say, no, we already know it says thank you. We're good.
Thank you is solved. And it's funny because I really love these stories, because I was just talking about the thank you problem with my wife this morning. And whenever you talk about technology with your immediate family, with your daughter, with your mother, with your wife, you know that it's very dominant. So there's always like, where will AI go, right? It's everywhere already, and now it needs to scale in a predictable ROI, in a predictable fashion.
That's fantastic. Well, yeah, well, so great talking to Weka, NVIDIA. Thanks for talking to me here at the AI Infrastructure Summit. Fantastic meeting you both, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, I just want to know the context.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. We'll start the last part of today our studio, and we start founders open mic. Let's start to know about your company yeah, can you introduce yourself and your company?
Yeah, so I'm Kyle Morris. I've been working on machine learning infrastructure for quite a while. So I ran a serverless GPU company, and now currently growing Compute Exchange. So Compute Exchange aims to be a neutral, efficient exchange for buying and selling right now GPU contracts. So if you're looking for compute, or if you're provisioning compute, you can come in here and we run a blind auction where you can specify exactly what you're looking for, what you're providing, and get matched more efficiently.
Yeah, and what type of GPU customer can find?
Yeah, so like ideal right now is like, there's a lot of places where you can like call a Python library and get 2 GPUs on demand for a couple hours. Maybe it's reliable, maybe it's not. What you do at Compute Exchange is you fill a single form where you can define all your requirements, the regions, the number of GPUs, the price you want to pay. SOC 2, if you need government level clearance, that's okay. What we do is we share that to our network of providers, and then there's a bidding motion where an auction runs, like a reverse eBay, to see if there's matching. And if there's no matching, it's fine. There's no cost to you. You just get extra options. If it does match and the auction closes, you're directly introduced to the provider of the compute with exactly the terms that you were looking for. And then we get a cut of the underlying contract. That's how we make our money.
And from data centers side and the side who have the GPUs, how they can connect to your platform?
Yeah, so we own none of the compute. And the providers have different ways of owning it. So some providers have high grade, like very compliant data centers. Think of a Lambda type. It could also be a smaller data center where maybe it's cheaper, but it's not as reliable. And you would, if you're joining an auction, you would specify like this is my trade-offs that I'm willing to make. Yeah, and what happens is we just provide the order book essentially to like run an exchange, but we don't like provision any of the compute, no infra there. You get fully connected to the cloud, and it's just like you found them yourself. We just help make that matching more efficient. Yeah, long term we want to be fully, orchestration, real time, everything. I think that's the vision.
Yeah. Today very often all startups say about the wins, success stories, but very often, and nobody speak about fails. So what fails you have in your history, and what's the lesson learned was done?
Yeah, I think so one good example of a fail is, so we work with some pretty high volume contracts. A buyer might come to us and say they want thousands of GPUs, and for a year, a couple of years, so like a tens to $100 million contract, and we have providers that are interested in meeting that. And when we were starting out, there were times where we would, an auction would run, and we would notice that the buyer and the seller don't match, but they're off by like 5 cents an hour or 3 cents an hour for the contract price. Yeah. And the thing we do is, since we are a neutral party, we're not a broker. Mm-hmm. So we are not in the business of calling the provider and saying, you should do this, you should do that, or we're neutral. Okay. And so sometimes things don't close, but I think that taught us that we need to provide more and more transparency to both buyer and seller so that they can discover the true price in the market. And that was like a very painful, because when you're sitting here and you have a contract that would net millions in revenue. It's a massive deal, big logos. You really want it to work, and you start questioning. But I think the long-term bet here is we need to create more transparency, and then let the market settle itself, and then we will win our fair share by having high volume of transactions go through.
Cool. Yeah, and the last, how the users can try your platform, where they need to go?
Yeah, compute.exchange, that's the website. You can sign up, you can fill the form saying exactly what you're looking for. You can also add any of us on LinkedIn, and there's 2 ways to kick off an auction. You can either get in a call and we'll do it very high touch, or you fill a form and we'll run it for you. We'll get you quotes within a couple of business days, and then again, if you want to move forward, then you have your compute, you have the contract.
Cool.
So
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah.
We good?
Good. Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. Good stuff.
Go. Hello, welcome on Founders Open Mic, and let's start from introduction. Please introduce yourself.
Okay. My name's Tish Shute, and I've really had a lifetime in AI and robotics. That was my first startup, which actually was when I was in my 20s. And I also grew up in a sort of rarefied atmosphere of Cambridge University, where my dad was a professor and actually had been a contemporary of Christopher Strachey, who worked with Turing. So this is my life, AI, and I'll be talking a bit how I'm interested in quantum game theory and AI, and that is the fundamental actually of my startup is a unified framework based on quantum game theoretical principles for multi-scale, that's really important, multi-scale, multi-agent intelligence on standard compute. So I don't mess with qubits.
Yeah, let's discuss more detail about your startups, what functionality you have, who is target audience?
Yes, so my startup really, I was very, very interested and inspired by, I actually inspired because we've been so successful with narrow AI. In the last few years, we've just generative AI. Personally, even though my whole startup's going beyond that, it has enabled a 3-person startup to do what 50 people used to be able to do. So, hats off to this narrow approach of really taking the mantra of scale and the transformer and generative AI to this level, because it has enabled me, I think, the first inspiration for this startup was that I really see the limit, having worked with these language models excessively, I see their limitations, and I really think we could go beyond that now, and I think we need to start looking at ways to approach it. We can't, most startups are faced on quite narrow optimization or business use cases. I was focused on that at first, I was looking at molecular discovery because, quite frankly, it's in the dark ages. It's like very, 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 needs huge amounts of compute. It uses sequential process. And that was really what I thought, we need this multi-scale approach. But the reason I can do this and not be down in the weeds with where the quantum scientists are is that because I'm really using self-organizing, self-learning LLMs as computational agents.
Yeah.
And the magic is I use this, I'm using algorithms from quantum game theory, not qubits. But the real magic is I have this virtuous cycle of reinforcement learning, because very early on in this journey of my startup, I began in 2023, I saw a paper of some MIT students who had been trying to use the game Bubba Is You to train LLMs in dynamic generation. And I just looked at it and I thought, oh, that's the way to go. But no, not single agent. This has to be multi-agent, multi-scale. And that was really when I realized that, I think everyone knows the history of how important game theory has been to reinforcement learning. But this is all come from training AIs to play games that have fixed rules. The magic, because I call it, I used to call it Bubba Is Alive, but now I call it Bubba Is Quantum. Both names have a problem because people go, quantum, that doesn't work. Remember, it's algorithmic, and I'm really convinced if you want to do anything useful in AI right now, you don't have to do quantum game theory, but you have to have a new algorithmic approach. Scale is not enough, and also it has problems just going down that path.
Yeah, so how users can try your product,
right?
And what is the business model for them?
Yes, and this is where I thought a lot about this. And at first I thought, well, this will just be a sort of ordinary startup. I'll contribute a framework for molecular discovery. But then as I developed the framework, and thanks to it really is a fantastic time for startups because of this fact that you can do so much with so few people. And so it developed very fast. And what I realized was the core framework, which is a unified framework that goes all the way up to this training and validation environment, all the way down to a unified system with a full Hamiltonian, which is actually quite important because what I did, I don't know how much you know about game theory, but basically the heart of this system is a care operator that in the Hamiltonian level. So it's at the most, you see, at the minute we have, so it's really a play for ethical AI, real ethics, instead of this crazy bolted on constraints that aren't really helping. They're not really helping any of us that much, but I mean, they make the AIs polite and kind and nice and stop crazy things happening. But this, my Nash equilibria for this unified game theory framework are based on this care operator that looks at, energy efficiency, homeostatic balance, the ability of agents to care about what other agents are doing, and to make collective wins. And then they go to my game environment, which is an extension of this. The neat thing about the puzzle game Bubba Is You is based on rule breaking. You can look it up. It's a great game. It's so much fun. But, my agents create their rules so they can develop strategies, they can test collective strategies, and then you go back to why quantum, why does that matter? Well, you can, using superposition, you can, remember, I'm still using GPU threads, but you can test multiple strategies. You can prune strategies through interference and entanglement and yes, the quantum math is hard for some of this, because basically entanglement is how we're doing this pattern transfer. And yes, there's some hardcore math there, but it's been working. We have for the pattern transfer, there's some very hardcore quantum math. But I mean, again, I encourage people. There's a wonderful new book out, or not new.
So how users, developers can try your framework?
Oh, I forgot. I did not complete my thought on how people. I have now, and it's not fully opened up yet because
it's open source.
I've decided it has to be the core has to be an open science framework.
So, do you have some Git repository, maybe?
I have actually. I'm about halfway through the core code and demo for the framework, and I have a paper which is written and I want to submit, but for a scientific paper, you must show reproducibility, so I need the code finished. And then, what I hope, because it was a good question you asked, well, what was my first use case? What I realized is this framework goes way beyond that. You could radically improve the way you train foundation models. You could actually...
Yeah, but for train foundation model, it's not cheaper with a game.
Well, exactly. This would be but obviously I can't do all of these use cases. But the wonderful thing about this is, what's happened. I mean, I feel partly so excited about what's happened to AI in the last few years, partly so disappointed, because with this sort of, like glomming onto scale, it's meant it looked for a while like only a few players could really be innovators. And what's magical about this framework is, because it is it's on standard compute, and it's basically LLMs operating as computational agents, self-learning, self-organizing, and so it means that's why I get to open source the whole framework.
If it will be in open source, it's possible to be useful for community, for companies.
Oh God, so many people could build startups on, because what I realized, as I said, I began with molecular discovery, because if you don't understand what you're doing at that level with anything that, even though this is algorithmic and it's inspired by quantum, it obviously draws on all the math. It just has nothing to do with the qubits. I don't need any quantum computers. Thank God.
Thank you for sharing the information about your framework. I hope you will finish and publish it.
Yes.
And,
Well, you can. I mean, there's some write-ups of what I've been doing, but not the final papers. All published on my website, Cognisyn, COGNISYN.ai, and it's really, I invite collaborators, because I've been 2 years into this journey and I see its power. It can enable a lot of people to do a lot of things, and there's the things I want to do, but there's much more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, microphone?
I think your microphone, yes. I hope that wasn't too much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go. Сейчас следующее. Можешь не выключать. А, так я сейчас дальше. Дальше. А, я понял, все. Ну вот, идет. Знаешь, дай мне телефон мой. Sorry, I will take the photo of the page, not forget.
Can I watch the stream or is it gone? It's not recorded, it's just gone.
No, we recorded.
So
we will publish after the meeting, and also we do for now streaming. So yeah.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you, and thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, no problem. I checked the list of who will be on the conference and invite founders who are interested to.
Thank you, because I'm pretty up
So to some place.
All right. So, what is the audience? Is mainly data people?
Yeah, it's AI data people. Most of them is technical people, but also we have some startups. We have some executive level people from big enterprise, but most it's technical. Yeah, the interview will be very, I can say, standard. Some introduction, detail about your startup, about some core functionality. Then a question about the fails, which was, and what is lessons learned, and how people can try the product.
So fails, you mean like what we?
Yeah. So
what happened?
What you fail and
okay.
How you, because always all people say, all startups say, we are the best, we have success story, but nobody don't want to speak about some fails. So let's change this. Let's speak about something. And, yeah.
Okay. All right.
You try? Yeah. Hello. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, for sure. My name is Andre. I'm the founder and CEO of Máquina Sports.
Great. So let's speak about Máquina Sports. What is this startup? What you do?
Sure. Yeah, we're building a generative AI platform built specifically for sports. So it's a B2B developer toolkit, serverless generative AI platform. So sports organizations can build AI agents in our platform, deploy that, and then you have an API endpoint where you can integrate your existing stack, your existing website, your existing app, and that enables a lot of new use cases for fan engagement, content generation at scale, gamification use cases, all based on real-time statistics of the events, the matches, also news from the web, unstructured data, odds, and all these different contexts for sports. So we synchronize everything in a semantic layer for your sports use case.
And what about the analyze the sportmen's some okay. What type of sports you support?
I mean, we are agnostics, sports agnostic. We can cover any type of sports, but we've done already a lot of sports, a lot of use cases on soccer, as well as NBA data. We worked with that already, as well as NFL. So the idea is that we have already existing API providers for sports data. So we partner with Sportradar, and the idea is that our B2B customers already are clients of there. So we create an easy way to ingest that data, create a semantic layer based on what the organization cares about, and then we can generate a lot of different outputs on top of that. Like for one of our clients is a sports book, so they use for sports betting, generating content in multiple languages for match previews and match recaps, giving tips how to bet and etc. So there's a lot of different use cases. Once you have this semantic layer for the sports synchronized, you can target to generate a lot of different outputs.
Yeah, so what about to analyze performance of the players?
Yeah, we haven't done that a use case there yet. We are talking now with a gym, MMA gym in Brazil. They want to use our stack to help their fighters to analyze upcoming fights. So how they should, tackle the upcoming fights. So generating in natural language some sort of reports. This is something upcoming. We haven't done the use case yet. What we have done is sports books for betting, as well as for streaming services. So one of our clients is called DAZN. They are one of the largest sports streaming providers in the world, and they're using our AI agents for gamification, creating trivia, polls in multiple languages for the fans.
Yeah, cool and interesting story. You have different big customers and partners. What about some fails? What fails you got in your history? Well, and what lessons learned you did?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that maybe a fail in the beginning. We didn't plan initially to create the whole stack how it is today. So initially, we were using like a single, I would say, instance of MongoDB, for example, to have, and then we will have different tenants within that instance. But then growing more with the enterprise use cases, we realized that we need to containerize that, so make individual pods for each organization. Actually, we do it at a project level. So then you have, once you deploy an agent, we instantiate your own pod with your own MongoDB instance, Redis, Celery, agent runtime. So then it's air-gapped. So that one is kind of one learnings that we got after talking to a lot of enterprise customers, that they want to have, one idea is to first isolate their data, but also have the ability to then bring that to their own data, right? To their own cloud, sorry. So that's why I also built the whole thing, Kubernetes, Docker, so you can deploy multi-cloud if needed for privacy use cases.
Yeah, and for now, what type of customers you're looking for? And as I understand, in any case, it's B2B. So you're looking at some organization which are near the sport, but maybe some, okay, what type of the customers?
Yeah, so definitely B2B is where we do the managed service. We kind of work with these brands to build agents for them, a lot of white gloving there. But we also launched our developer studio, so it's open to any developer to sign up, get an API key and start building that. So we have a Discord now with 60 developers learning our documentations. That's also some startups starting to build on our stack. So yeah, cool. That's also, we're trying to...
So it's possible also for developers to build.
Exactly, yeah. We wanted to also learn with developers how we should build this better. So of course, we have already design partners, but the idea is also to be open developer community first. So yeah, we have our Discord available. Anybody can sign up and get some free credits with us.
Yeah, it's something very interesting. Maybe you can in more detail describe what functionality can have developers. Maybe you have some cases what was previously developed based on your platform.
Yeah, so there is one startup that are doing fantasy sports like plug and play, so you can build your fantasy league really easily. And they want to bring our AI insights to generate like simulations, right? Fantasy simulations. So that's one use case that you can bring, because again, once you have the sports statistics synchronized in a semantic way, in a vector DB with all the RAG pipeline built in, then you can get a lot of different outputs. So now we're exploring fantasy with this startup, as well as quizzes, not really for like apps, so similar to DAZN where we're doing for their existing application. There are some startups that are doing quizzes on the stadium, so when on the big screen, on the halftime, and today they do it based on historical data. They want to integrate our AI to bring more engaging quizzes based on what happens in the first half. So that's also some other stuff. So startups are building similar use cases than enterprise, but now they can do much faster. They don't need to maintain that stack. Yeah. So, and also we are looking for independent developers that want to create their own fan apps, just for your team to just track your stuff. This is also something we want to be open as well.
Do you have some marketplace? Or it's a platform?
Right now, not a marketplace, but that's a great idea. We have open source templates. So we built a lot of these agent templates based on what we know. So we open source, anybody can build on top of that, but a marketplace could be a great idea. Like if you build something cool, we can think about a revenue share if a sports organization use your agent. But we haven't gone that route yet. If anybody has an idea, yeah, we can definitely think about that.
Yeah, so where the developers need to go to start to try your platform?
Yeah, go to our website, machina.gg, and then there we have a link for the Discord. Yeah, we can give you free credits to start building, so you don't need to worry about that. And yeah, reach out to me as well on LinkedIn, Andrea Antonelli, always open to talk.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man, I appreciate it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to have a conversation like this? Do you want me to look in the camera? How do you want
We can speak because cameras are good
Okay.
to
Sure.
focus on it. It's
Yeah.
normal to have the conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good? Okay. Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to see you on this amazing conference. Let's start from small introduction for our audience.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Rahul. I'm the founder of AI Hero. And AI Hero helps SaaS companies deploy their software into their customers' cloud in less than 30 minutes.
Amazing. 30 minutes, it's very quickly.
Yeah.
So can you tell more detail what functionality you have and how you do this?
Yeah,
Magic.
so a lot of founders I spoke to, the recurring problem they had was their customers want to use their SaaS software, but they don't want to send the data. And right now what you do is you give a Helm chart or some sort of Docker container to the customer, but then the customer comes back and says, well, it's not working. And now you're spending time in a pre-sales motion trying to figure out why is it not working. Once deployed, let's say the customer comes back with some feedback, you give an upgrade, it's not working for the customer because they didn't roll out the front end and the back end together.
Okay.
Right, something like that is happening.
Yeah.
So this motion of deploying the SaaS software in a very robust, repeatable manner, at the same time taking care of the security challenges for the end customer, that's what I'm focusing on.
Amazing. Do you have some interesting and success story who use your product?
So some of the previous customers I've worked with, they wanted to deploy, they've built up a nice SaaS, right? And they want to ship features. They don't want to be dealing with the hand-holding for the customer. A couple of data points, somebody I talked to from a product discovery standpoint said that they spend like about 5 hours for a competent company to deploy their SaaS into their cloud. But if it's not that, if they don't have that much technical competency with containers and Kubernetes, then it takes like about 100 hours. Right, so there's in a pre-sales motion when the customer is just trying you out, this is too much of a manpower to spend on it, and it's not scalable.
Okay.
So what we believe in is a lot of this can be automated with infrastructure as code, but in order to get it repeatable and in a trustworthy way is the hard problem. So that's what we're focusing on, which is how do you establish trust with the customer on whose cloud will be running this, but then being able to reproduce and repeatably deploy your software into multiple clouds, because you don't want to just build it for one cloud. Right?
Yeah, and for deploy perspective, what is different between deploy, for example, traditional application and some classic machine learning model like computer vision, and deploy LLMs?
Yeah,
because
it's a very great question.
It's also, what about deploy AI agent?
Yeah, so there's different, what we're seeing in the last couple of years is a lot of different models or software companies come up who are AI native, right? They're providing either agentic workflows as a solution, or they're being more vertical, which is they're providing, let's say, finance AI app, or they're providing a legal AI app. All of these companies, they use an LLM model, but they don't necessarily serve the LLM model themselves. So most of the value prop is in the compute that they have, but not the GPU-based stuff. I think the requirement for running it with native GPUs in your own cloud comes from the customer who's like, we only want to run on our GPUs or something that we trust, an open source model, because we don't want to send our data to our
sometimes
clouds.
they have some rules.
It's a compliance issue, or like, let's say you're in the government space where you want to do this, right? So the requirement for that is coming more from the customer, not from the vendor. The play here is more on the, okay, how do we make sure that the customer gets to use the software with the Gen AI parts of it, but also with the LLMs part of it. So just right now, I'm coming from a talk that I gave with Sam, a design partner for us, who has this software called Cube AI, which scales up your GPUs up and down as you need them, all the way down to 0. So if you have incoming traffic, their app allows you to scale, but then if there's nobody, let's say it's end of the workday, nobody's using that GPU app, it'll help you scale down to 0. And so there are these nice challenges that we are tackling along with our design partners to accelerate how enterprises adopt AI.
Cool. And what is the price of your solution and how customer can try it?
Yeah, so for the free, it's a freemium model. I think if the customer has a motion for pre-sales motion, we are letting them try it out as long as the customer's trying it out themselves, right? Because it's very early for both the customer or the vendor to figure out whether this works or not. Once, obviously, the customer is willing to put your software in production or in staging or internal development, then we add more observability on top of it. We add like better security controls and things like that, and that makes it a priced model.
I understand. Where do they need to go to try it?
Yeah, so we'll be launching this in the next week. You can find us on aihero.studio.
Yeah, good. And second part, in which I want to discuss with you, it's MLOps community.
Yes.
You were very active in Bay Area and organize a lot of different meetups and also conferences, I remember, regarding MLOps.
Yeah.
So can you tell more about this community and
what
is waiting us in near future?
Yeah, so I'm very passionate about MLOps and the community. For me, the community is about not like these one-off events, but it's a place where people can go and learn, like, how do you productionize AI, right? And so we are trying to get the best and brightest minds to share their knowledge with the amazing engineer community we have, who are shipping models inside their own companies and being able to like do it at scale or solve some of the operational challenges of it. So me and a couple of other of my volunteer organizers, we are organizing in San Francisco. We have about one event per month at least, and then we have about 60 to 70 people showing up on most of our events. Sometimes like the one we had last week where we had with Lambda Labs, Crew AI and Llama Index, we had about 150 people in the room. So it's exciting times to be in San Francisco. And as a community, all I want to do is put great content up together so that people can learn and people can grow.
Yeah, and if anyone opened their calendar for AI events, every day there are several events. So how you compete with us?
This is a competitor question in the event space. Look, I think a lot of people are putting great events together. So there was one event when there were 21 events happening on the same evening in San Francisco. And it's really hard for the attendee to choose which one, right?
It's crazy.
It's really crazy. So what I'll say is this, right? Like, I think a lot of different communities have their own value prop that they offer to their attendees. What we like to do is make sure our talks are technical, and we sometimes get a little too technical, which maybe is not for a larger crowd, but people who are engineers who really like to learn would love our events.
And they try to find some really technical events. Yeah, amazing. And if someone wants to join, how they can do?
Yeah, stay tuned for our, like on the weekly calendars you see here, we have one event coming up May 21st, and then we have a larger summit almost coming up May 28th, which is going to be like about 600 people. So we are excited for that in San Francisco. You can check out mlops.community and you'll find more information there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Done?
Good. Yeah.
Good. Dude, this is great.
Amazing. допомогти компаніям попромовити себе. А в нас основна аудиторія це якраз інженери AI, і є там деякі екзекутиви трошки з великих компаній, різні стартапи.
Okay, без питань.
Yeah? Hello, can you
Hi.
introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Igor Bauman, I'm founder and CEO at Worky.
Cool, and what is Worky?
So Worky is a sales automation software for beauty and wellness clinics. Today we work with over 500 businesses who are medical spas, wellness centers or dentistries, and we help them to automate lead generation, lead capturing, and automate their manual routine work on their reception through our system.
Cool, and I think it's not possible to build this product without AI. So how you use AI in your product?
So we built our AI copilot, and the way it works, we analyze our customers' sales, products, prices, tracking, and based on customers' data, we suggest our customers on the best next step they can do to increase their sales, and we can also automate customer engagement and re-engagement in one place. And the biggest advantage of our system is, first of all, we focus on specific market, and secondly is the more data points you are connected to Worky, the more data we can analyze historically over time to build projections, to build patterns for your behavior, and to suggest you on a larger scale of data. So in other words, the more businesses join Worky, the more data we can have and the better insights we can provide to all of our businesses.
Cool, and you have your own models? Or you use
so right now we use mostly OpenAI model. Okay. We use right now only model which help us to automate written communications through WhatsApp, SMS, and email. And right now we're also building our voice model to help automate the reception in the clinic.
Yeah. Very often startups speak and tell about some success story, but not speak about fails. So what fails you have in your history, and what the lesson learned you did?
Good question. So we've been around for almost 4 years, and initially we started the company helping sole entrepreneurs, freelancers. So we've been working with this industry for a few years, and the major things that we didn't realize back then is whenever you're a small business, your problem is not managing the business. Your problem is getting customers. And this is how we organically decided to start working with larger scale companies who already have few locations, who already have few members, and who are already generating revenue. So this, whenever you understand that, okay, I'm business owner, I already have some revenue, how I can increase this, in this point of time we getting our aha moment with the business owners where we can increase their sales, and on average we boost sales for our customers by 44% in the first months. So this is the result. So our fails, I would say, few of them. First is never rush to hire people. First of all, you need to do everything yourself to analyze who is your customer, make sure that they pay, make sure that you understand how to get them, and only after that scale. So this is number one. Number two is, I think this is just general advice, but just try to spend more time with your customers, analyze what they do, analyze who they are. The biggest misconception is all the VCs. They're trying to chase startups with like $1 trillion market. But the reality is that almost none of startups they got to $1 trillion market. Usually they're starting from some small market segment, winning the segment, then going to another segment, expanding. So think about Uber. They started as a taxi company in New York City, then expanding to other markets, then adding other services like deliveries, shuttles, all those stuff, and right now it's a big company. So those, I would say, our three main fails that we've been through, focusing on large market, hiring people too quickly, not learning enough from our customers, and these mistakes that we had, and finally we're getting over them.
yeah, very often when startups start their journey in growing, we can do as a large enterprises. We do this quickly, and but then they see real world and oops, sorry, we cannot do this. And what you're looking for now?
So right now we looking for growth opportunities. We try to partner with other companies who are in space of healthcare. So maybe by any chance we have someone listening to us and you're in healthcare, let's partner up. Yeah, let's partner up and let's see what we can build together. So right now, our main request is how we can bring Worky to more businesses faster. How we can partner up with other companies, how we can find other growth channels, how we can collaborate with our other companies who are in the same space, so we can just use each other for faster our growth.
Cool. I hope all really good, and you find more and more partners and start more faster growing.
Thank you. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Мікрофончик. А ми не знаємо, я Ігор.
Що?
Ми не знайомі, я Ігор.
Мене Дмитро звати.
Привіт. Ти теж щось робите?
Ні, ми Data Phoenix. Ми це все сетапимо, це наше все.
О, прикольно. Але ж ти сказав за стартап.
Я працюю, daily job у мене DevOps, MLOps архітектор. А Data Phoenix це мій такий невеличкий проєкт, можна сказати, який був спочатку хобі, зараз це вже починає бути бізнесом. Якраз теж питаємося зрозуміти, куди і як ми можемо масштабуватись. Ось один із напрямків якраз переходити від таких маленьких якихось інтерв'ю на конференції до сетапу цілої студії і ось провайдити такий сервіс.
Тобто це типу як infrastructure for events?
Це фактично сервіс відеопродакшену, але так як в нас медіа своя, в нас є аудиторія, ми фактично допомагаємо стартапам, компаніям промоутити себе серед нашої аудиторії, так, в цілому там, організовувати їм якісь івенти чи щось. І фактично так lead generation робимо більш нативним.
Давай законектимося.
Давай.
Пікнемося. So buggy. Ще раз.
Що там не пішло?
Sorry.
Давай лінкід.
Давай останній раз. Ще.
Окей. Що воно?
Да, що то.
В мене нормально.
А можна написати. В пошук. Ми за connection. Окей, може бути. Напиши мені смс-ку. Або я просто майже не заходжу. Якщо можеш мені текст написати просто. Зараз. IH. Оце.
Ха.
Окей. Коли? 24 рік. Рік назад.
Окей. Цікаво. До якомусь, мабуть, івенті.
Добре, неси сафач, щоб не забути.
Так, зараз я відбілю там камеру. Так, ты выключил? Так. У нас ще місця на 18 хвилин. І терабайта нема. Так. Мікрофон є.
А ви з Кирилом вже говорили?
Ні. Ну, це про дизайн важко таке. Так, що я хочу. А де біл? Я хочу біла, а де він ходить, не знаю. Так, 5 часов. Ого. Це там ще цей, йде якась доповідь? Чи народ кудись порозбігався?
А якщо чесно, ми тільки бачили людей, які брали їжу.
Да. Так. Піду подивлюсь. О, треба зайти хоч глянути на цей зал, що там за зал. Я ніколи не дивився.
Except for yellow, sounds like.
Кто-то будет? Не знаю, я думаю,
Если кто-то будет, я не успел тебя сфотографировать.
Блин.
Затыкал и... Так что еще кого-то надо.
Кого-то надо.
Да, кого-то надо. Девочку красивую.
Сейчас придумаем девочку.
Там возле бара ищи.
Там уже все закончилось.
Ты видишь, какие тут девочки?
Там уже все закончилось, кстати. Ну, не, я имею в виду, что этот доклад закончился.
Какая-то грустная сидит там.
Она, кстати, должна была прийти сюда.
Central AI.
Да, они регались. Отвечала пока на почту. Вон, тут я вижу.
Полезные они?
Не знаю, но видишь, они там, реклама у них есть, они стенд делают, значит, у них деньги есть.
Нет, а если уже здесь стоят, уже деньги есть.
Ну да, надо, короче, может, их взять. Она, кстати, на русском...
Этих брал ты, нет?
Ну, вот тех я брал.
Это мужик, который,
да, это первый, я натупился там сначала, но надеюсь, как-то это... Придется, может, какой-то даже запись, мне голос записать там. Ну, посмотрим. Монтаж сделать. Я сбился, спрашивать, что говорить.
я что-то
Я это совсем... Да. Века была, ну, типа, их брали. Остальных тоже тут брали. Я думаю, может, кого-то посмотреть. Central. One, two.
She's okay with okay. It's just like the view is so good. Well, I know. You know how life is. It's like work and kids and sorry. No drama. Yeah. See, nice to see you, and then best of luck. Thank you. I'll be thinking about it. Hi, how's it going?
Good, good. How are you?
Good. What company are you with?
Sorry?
What company are you with?
Data Phoenix.
Data Phoenix? Cool. What do
Yeah.
y'all do?
Oh, we as the media, we write about AI industry. Today, do the our studio do some interviews and so on. Yeah, and my daily job, DevOps, MLOps architect.
DevOps?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, we do software for data center operators, so I guess kind of more different.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Do you guys have a booth?
What?
Do you have a booth?
No, we have this studio.
Oh, you're the studio.
Yeah. So if you want to give small interview, let's do this.
Oh,
You-
you
you-
guys email.
yes.
I'm so sorry.
I see that you always speak with someone.
I know. So what's involved in the interview, and where does it get played?
We will publish it on our website, YouTube channel, also share through all participants. Yeah. So our core goal help companies to promote there. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd love to do it.
Yeah, it's not
Can
very
I do
big.
it right now?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. И сейчас, да. Так. Да, включаю все.
Should I bring in our central access banner in the background?
Uh,
Or like not the big banner, the small yellow one. The same as this one?
Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah.
Что они несут?
Они хотят...
In the middle, yeah.
Ага,
Я там придумал.
да, там это, не парься. Так, я включаю...
Она на общем плане только будет.
Да, нормально. Все.
Ты давай нам.
Да. We have a lot of microphones.
Put it here?
No, I will on this one.
On this?
On the back. This one. Yeah.
Just hold it?
Не забудь фото сделать. Yeah, the question will be very first introduction, then about the company, what functionality you have, something about AI. Also, interesting to speak about fails, because all speak about success story. Let's speak about fails.
Okay.
Yeah. And,
Are we starting now?
Several minutes and we will start. So.
Let me know what, like, should I face you? Should I face the camera?
You can speak, because this camera is
I'm gonna watch.
good
Okay.
for yeah. Yeah, we can speak. normally, and then we will do post-production.
Okay.
Go? Okay. Hello. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Margarita. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Central Access. We do software for data center management.
Cool. Let's speak about your company. What is core functionality you have and how you help data centers?
Yep, so the way it works is you have a single utility node, and from there we onboard all of your assets from your PDUs, your switches, your servers, and then for the data center operators as well, the CRAC units, the PDU, the UPS systems, all your different energy equipment and cooling equipment. From there, we basically build up a bunch of data of exactly what's going on across your data center. We build up your ticketing and alert system, so we're able to detect failures or any issues really fast, send that to all your operators. And then we also do power management, so power optimization, power flow mapping, network management, so everything a data center needs in order to operate efficiently and at scale.
Cool, and you, I think you have your own models, or you use some model providers. So which type of model you use in your product?
Yeah, we do have some internal models just for the optimization layer, but the main focus of the product is really the data collection and the monitoring, and then the asset kind of ticketing approach as well.
Yeah. Do you have some customers for now? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So we've done a ton of different like pilot deployments and then some larger data center operations as well. So yeah, we've only gone to the market about a year, but we've seen so many new data centers coming to the market, and it's obviously very difficult to build something like this internally, and you need it. Any data center, in order to run its operations, needs operational software, and so we've seen a lot of traction that way.
And you have your customer in US or other region also, in Europe, for example?
Yeah, so far everyone in the US. That's where me and my co-founders are, and we kind of have gone. But we've been talking to a lot more, especially in the UK and Australia, and then also in Germany. So obviously there's a ton of activity happening in Europe. Another good thing with Europe is like there's a lot more energy compliance requirements, so PUE tracking and all these things, and so they really look at compliance reporting, which is what we can do. So that's been good, but we haven't launched in any like abroad data centers.
Cool. Very often startups speak about some success story, but let's speak about fails. What fails you got through your journey, and what lessons learned you did?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously been a million. Like, I came from doing data center operations at Microsoft, and it was, large company to like doing small company stuff. So, like maybe one failure is we would go from sales, we would go straight to like, okay, let's just do all your data center operations. Now we mostly start with pilots and kind of get the customer onboarded that way. And so, kind of learning, first of all, the sales process has been good. Learning how to do go-to-market. It's just, there were a lot of mistakes that we made, but we quickly tried to learn and iterate and change up our approach if something wasn't working well. So yeah, definitely lots of failures on the way, but it's still like super worth it.
Yeah, when you come from a large company and try to build some small startup system. I have a lot of resources as it was on my job previously, but then you see real world. Oops,
yeah.
You cannot do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. And what are you looking for now?
What we're looking for, I think to just keep growing, keep talking to more and more data centers, keep increasing our deployments. Yeah, just to keep growing kind of as we are.
Yeah. I hope this interview will help also to find some new opportunity for you. Yeah, thank you for this interview.
Yeah, thank you. Are we done? Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that okay?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we will prepare all videos and publish
And
it.
will you share it with me before you publish to make sure, or like the
We will
version?
publish it in any case, but yeah, we will share also with organizers, and they will share too.
And it'll be on like YouTube and
We have, we publish on YouTube, we publish in LinkedIn, so we can tag you and to do some small promotion.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I should have popped over earlier, but
Oh, it's no problem.
cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Я только разошелся. Так, у нас есть еще на 11 минут.
Да.
На один
одного.
Ну,
у меня там много, а что у тебя флешки? Нельзя флешку поставить?
Можно флешку поставить.
Так что, ты, может, не на одного у тебя? Телефон не забывай.
Да.
Я сейчас понял.
Что?
Я сначала хотел некоторые объективы, один хотел продать, теперь понял, ничего я продавать не буду, мне наоборот еще надо один докупить.
Еще?
Вот смотри, два объектива, которые у меня есть, один вернее,
А вот этот
есть.
хороший?
Да, это хороший у тебя объектив. Но тебе надо настройками поработать,
Тут
потому что вот у желтизну
там,
все
короче,
надо убрать.
нужно правильный лут сделать, и то заюзать ее, и она будет просто бомбезной.
Конечно, вот, надо все, потому что то сейчас что есть, оно не годится, они все желтые. Желтухой болит.
Ну это ж эти, как они называются, цветокоррекция потом, балансом белым.
Нам не надо, нам надо выдавать в эфир.
Ну
сразу.
да, в эфир надо нормально.
Вот здесь смотри, у меня стоит просто киношный профиль. Все, я ничего не делаю.
Так, у меня тоже просто видеопрофиль стоит сейчас.
Вот.
У меня дефолтный видеопрофиль стоит.
Ну, а чё
ну, этот, видимо, какие-то настройки.
Тебе надо, видно, что-то типа с балансом белого.
Баланс белого,
потому что
наверное.
твой не соответствует, ну, как бы, общей картинке, потому что он
Ну,
что-то
да.
другое.
Ну да, здесь баланс белого нужно корректировать. Так, хорошо. Кого надо...
Что я понимаю, что есть... Да, давай его.
Is this too bad though?
Не видно.
It's, I think...
It's okay. Так, подожди, давай глянем, проверим, что у нас микрофон.
Ну я вроде взял...
Твой. Все нормально.
Так, там включено все?
Нет, включено, иди садись. А пиво забрать.
Оно там не будет видно.
Не надо, так, не надо мне пиво, общий план.
А он не видно? Видно?
Beer, please.
He don't like the beer in the video.
You got it. Yeah, but you can maybe the event's a good one.
Yeah. You also want?
Yeah, I'll pitch it to him.
А что случилось с этим? Дима, что случилось? Где подключил еще? А, ты его в этот включал, да?
Да, вот.
Все, окей. Как бы троем?
Не знаю. Так, туда-сюда.
All right, well, let's do it. Yeah, no. About our blossoming partnership.
You tuck it in there? Yeah. All right.
Да, ну ладно, да.
Yeah.
You together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that work?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm down. I'm down. You're down.
Да.
Yeah.
Сейчас я только...
Go for it. Oh, you're talking about the yellows? Yeah, go for it.
Are you gonna go? I'm
Are
we
you
should
taking off?
talk.
Okay. Hey, did you have a good day?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay, good. Good to see you, man.
Thank you, man.
Travel safely, Miami,
Yeah, we
huh?
should-
Yeah, Miami.
Okay.
We'll catch up. We should talk more. Yeah. All right. But then, anything you just like go or what?
Sure. We could do events. We could.
Like, how did it go? What was the thing? Like, how do you want to?
Yeah, that's a good start, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I know. I almost made it through the whole day without anything.
I know. It's like white. The power of white.
The power of white.
All right. Yeah, so I'll ask you, I'll be like, hey, we're here at AIPath with Bill Berry, the famous Bill Berry.
Infamous.
Infamous, yeah. And then I'll be like, hey, tell me, like, it's your event, but like, how did it go, right?
Yeah.
Try to keep like I'll do the interview stuff.
Yeah.
You feel free to share whatever you want. I can pull out of that, and then we just go for it.
Okay.
Yeah. How long do you want to go?
5-10 minutes.
Okay. I think it's better than just like random way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Event in San Francisco. And then right now we're looking at October 29th or October 30th.
That's good, right before Halloween, get it out of the system, everybody comes out, drives it forward. Yeah.
So we think that the branding, there's some orange here somewhere, but we're going to go with orange highlights next time. So,
okay, so that people can just wear, like, this is my Halloween costume.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
No, it's good. I mean, it's fantastic to see everybody coming together. We've heard about inferencing, we've heard about advanced RAG, we've heard power generation, the future of power generation. A lot of it seems very American-centric, driven here. What are you seeing?
We are the head of the snake.
Yeah. A little bit, right?
Yeah, and I say that it's not because it's knowing that we can get into a bubble and we can get very subjective about things, right? But if you just look this over, we are, you take a look at the technology adoption curve, we're the trailblazers, we're in the front, as an area here in Silicon Valley.
Right.
And then so, that's that comes with some responsibility. It's not just that, oh, hey, we're in the front and that's how this, we're just Hollywood, so then take it or leave it.
Right.
It's not that. It's just because we're in the front, I think we have the responsibility to lead.
Right.
You know, and then so it is US centric, it is Silicon Valley centric, but it is also knowing that we need, for all of us to move forward as a whole, the front of the technology adoption curve really has to build a bridge to the back of the curve.
Yeah, if it's not explainable, and I really almost think that we're finally able to get to that point where we can have that conversation of explainable AI. You know, I'm saying, like, because you have thought, chain of thought, you have chain of custody. The last chain is really explainability. Like, how do you
digestibility?
What does it look like? Right. How do you do the custody side of it? Where did you get the data from? And then the AI in the middle is saying, well, here's where I got the data from the inferencing that we're seeing at this conference, from the multi-use of cache and the different histories about that, and the GPU savings. It's been a great conversation.
Yeah, no, and I think, and I'm coming from the marketer side, and
Sure.
there's a lot of opinions that I have about that, but like Silicon Valley historically has always been highly efficient. We're talking about technical marketing in Silicon Valley. Highly efficient, all about conversions and activations, but a lot of that is very right brain, right? And the marketing inherently is very messy, and it's an art form. It's more art than science, really, in my perspective. And then so, I feel like digestibility, when things are moving so fast, to be able to talk to somebody and within 10 seconds know, okay, I need to frame this a certain way for them, and then not to manipulate or do anything nefarious. It's just to really just like, hey, I really want you to understand this, so then you can participate in the problem solving with me.
It's like authenticity, right?
Authenticity,
people are looking here to buy, they're looking to partner, they're looking to build, acquire, those kind of things are having conversations, right? But it's authenticity, it's the integrity side, to be able to meet somebody where they're at, to be able to meet the customer where they're at, and really drive that conversation forward.
And show them what's possible. Absolutely.
Part of the possible.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate the conversation. Like, Bill, fantastic always, and great event, and we'll good to close it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Love having you part of it.
Cheers.
Thank you. Everybody prefers to be here. So, thank you, and Data Phoenix team.
Yeah, but we understand that we need more people because it's really hard to operate together. Yeah, so good.
Good.
Yeah. it's amazing day, amazing conference, and I think only the core part of the conference will start in the historical museum, computer historical museum. But let's a little summarize today today conference. What was interesting? Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, that's a tougher question than you think, because working to put this together over 6 months, everything's interesting. That's why it's on the menu. So it's hard to say, but I mean, I think it's really interesting to see the dynamic, right? First, there's a big bridge we're trying to build, right? From the infrastructure side all the way to the applied side. So then the enterprise really understands what's going on with infrastructure. So that's one. Two is, will the people like it? Is it too big of a bridge where people won't understand, we're going to lose people, right? So my biggest surprise today, that it felt like it was the right bridge. And we've gotten a lot of feedback and comment. People appreciated the structure of the program, so we're very grateful for that.
Yeah, to connect large enterprise data centers with some startups and the community, it's amazing bridge and something new, because we very often see some specific DevOps conference, MLOps conference, or some AI conference, but not the bridge which can help us to see and to speak together.
Well, so we have really strong opinions about this. One is, a lot of event organizers, I think, organizes events, right? And I think maybe that's the wrong way to start. And what I mean is, we should be organizing a thought and energy. There are certain people that we can get to a table and we can have a really good conversation. You know who those are for you, and you know how to put that together if you really want to have a good table, right? But it's not because you wanted to be a dinner planner. Do you see what I mean? So I feel like organizing that and really understanding the tech. And we have our opinions. They're strong opinions. We think the puck is going this way instead of that way, and therefore we structure conversations around that. And if we were just doing this by alone, we would be just a crazy guy, right? But there's a lot of folks, there's a lot of people, that speakers especially, that agree to be part of this. They add to that song, the same song. We think the puck is going this way too, right? And we want to share this knowledge in typical Silicon Valley fashion.
Yeah, and I know that you will continue to organize different conferences, and I know that you have a good list of some events. Maybe you can share something what's going on in near future.
Sure, yes. Between so the next AI/INFRA Summit is going to be in October. We're shooting for October 29th in San Francisco. I hope that we can continue our collaboration. We're going to make this studio even bigger and better. Right? It seemed like everybody really enjoyed this, so this was amazing. Between now and then, we have a lot of other things going on. We're doing private CXO roadshows, and that's with our friends at Supermicro and NVIDIA and AMD. So we'll be in Atlanta in 2 weeks, in May 15. We'll be in Chicago in September. And I have a feeling we have a couple partners here that are looking at us to hire us. We might be on the road every month for after August actually, which is great. And because once we do that, we open up new markets, we meet new people, but we have the same message. It's going to be around AI transformation, enterprise, right? And then so we're really fortunate to be in this position to lead that conversation.
Yeah, today discussing with startups, I asked them the question about fails. What fails was today at the conference?
So we have these cubes that we were supposed to set up. I think they're supposed to be back here. That was a fail. And then, we're missing some pieces for that. But you know what? I mean...
Yeah, because we all speak about success story. And I tried to speak today with startups about other side, about what can go not in the right way.
You know who could tell you about that? Jessica could probably tell you. That,
okay.
And if we pretend that it's like a secret, you see, like she's trying to ignore it. But she's Jessica, Nikki, Logan, the team. we all shared the same allergies to messiness and disorganization. So for the most part, I'm so fortunate that they've managed all of that stuff.
That's good.
I can't tell you there's a fail, and I'm not trying to, there was speed bumps. Yeah, there's speed bumps for sure, but I wouldn't say there's anything that's a fail.
Yeah, it's cool that the conference was as you expected and all was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's I was just sharing this with somebody else. It's like, you imagine a one-day amusement park with roller coasters, with giraffes, with zoos, whatever, right? And this is what this is. This is a one-day amusement park. And then when things come out of the box, sometimes you can't control it, you know, and then but today I think I'm very grateful that things rolled out the way that we thought, and maybe a little bit better.
Cool. So we will finalize our day today and go to our core part in historical museum.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go to this after party. Dimitri, I want to say Data Phoenix has been awesome. We really enjoy partnering with you guys. We are gonna do this Expo Roundtable again, right?
We will be happy.
And we're just gonna, and I hope to continue this partnership with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Picture. Okay.
Cool. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we're gonna start marketing it early for in October, yeah.
Yeah.
And then so that way we can.
I got a lot of experience with preparing all. Now I understand what and how to do better, where and what resource we need. Because first I think about one, and then I understand that oops, no, need to do in other ways. So the next one I think we can do more better. Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Все. Да, все. Это был последний. Ну все. Закончилось. Так.